Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members of the commission, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you're speaking. In this meeting, panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Panelists also have the ability to add pronouns after their names if they choose. Please do not alter the current naming conventions. Simply add text after your name. Please use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Staff, please use the raise hand feature when you're asked a question. Chair will do their best to call on commission members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. Staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair Goodhart, floor is yours.
Thanks, Stefan. Before we get into our agenda, I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting. Lois, seconded by Jessica. Okay, thank you. Item number 1, general public comment. I did not see a list of registrants for comments for this meeting. Kevin, is there anyone, Kevin or Ruth, is there anyone registered for item number 1?
There's not, and Chair, I did send you the most updated list just a few minutes before the meeting started.
Oh, okay.
So I apologize for not getting that to you sooner, but no, there's nobody. Well, actually, there is somebody under registered for public comment, but I believe it's the architect for the Odana Road item.
Okay.
And he's registered in support.
And if you could resend that, Kevin, I don't see that. Anyway, that gets us to disclosures and recusals. Any disclosures or recusals this afternoon? Okay, I will be recusing myself on, let's see, I believe it's item number 6. So in that case, since our official vice chair, Craig, is not with us, I'm going to ask for a motion for somebody to nominate a temporary vice chair who will act as chair during agenda item number 6. Lois?
I'll nominate Tom.
Okay. Is there a second? Jessica, seconded by Jessica and Russell. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, then by unanimous consent, Tom, you're it for number 6. Okay. That then brings us to our main public hearing items. I think if you reviewed the staff comments, there were some possible consent items. So before we call on the applicant for numbers 2 and 3, I just wanted to see if the commission had any nominations for consent agenda approval. No? Oh, Shane.
I was waiting to see if anyone had a comment on item number 2, but I will make a motion for moving item number 3 to the consent agenda.
Okay, we'll take item number 3 first. Is there a second on that motion? See Lois seconded. Okay. Let's see, put the hands down. Any discussion on the motion for consent agenda on number 3? I'll put your hand down, Shane. Good. Okay. Then by unanimous consent, item number 3 is approved. Any thoughts on number 2, or would we like to hear a presentation on that? If I don't see any hands raised, which I don't. That means since we're at item number 2, we'll go ahead and have the full presentation.
Thank you, Chair. We have one speaker. It's Jim Triatek, who is the project architect, and I will pull up the slides in just one moment.
Jim, you should be unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me, folks? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to be on camera though.
Sorry.
Nope. Public registrants aren't typically on camera. So.
Oh, okay. Because I had samples here to hold up, but I think Kevin has everything in front of on the screen here. I'm the architect for the project with Sullivan Design Build. Mainly here to answer any questions you would have. You're looking at that first slide there. You're controlling that, right, Kevin?
That's correct.
Okay. The first slide is our cover page showing a rendering of what ultimately the project will look at. Basically, this project is being driven by Chrysler to upgrade the facility to the new Jeep Chrysler standards. So we are tearing off the front facade of the building and putting on this new one here. So we have some site plans which show that, a landscape plan, and some renderings too. There's our site plan, yep. Right there, the 2 clouded areas and the red cloud, yep, right there show where we're putting these additions on, kind of squaring up the building right there and adding a little addition right there as well. Currently under construction, those first 2 buildings are being remodeled as well. But yeah, that plan shows it a little better right there, where we're taking and squaring up the building to make it look to the new standards. And another small addition, there's the fire access plan. That small addition in the other red cloud shows an express loop addition. This plan here is the landscape plan. Now, about 1.5 years ago, we submitted to upgrade the other 2 buildings. It was approved by Janine herself and did not go to the committee, but when it went to site plan review, we had to bring the entire site up to current landscape standards. And that's where it sits as of today. Based on that last project, we were going to upgrade some of the landscaping just where that addition is, that small addition towards the, yep, right there. There's some landscaping we're doing right there. Otherwise, we weren't really touching anything else. The other 2 projects, again, are ongoing. So, and what else do we have? Yeah, this is a nice 3D, which shows us tearing off this front canopy and the Don Miller Arch. Right now, cars park underneath there. This also triggers demolition, so I'll be going to Plan Commission as well. And this is like the before 3D before, and the next one, yep, there it is. It shows the after. You can kind of see the dark Jeep look of those samples. Those are ACM panels. We'll get to that in a second. And basically the arch of the Chrysler moved over a little bit. It's basically squaring up the building. And then on the upper right, I would say, yeah, right up is where we're putting on that other quick express lube addition for quick oil changes. This is a floor plan that's showing the existing conditions. You can see that curved front. Will be on the next slide, I believe, is our demolition. Everything in red or dotted will be torn down, including the inside. The inside is getting all remodeled as well. It's quite a substantial remodeling, new roof on the building. And the next slide would show the proposed building, how it's all squared off. Little darker lines show the new square versus a curve. And then at the very top is that express loop addition. Yep, right up there. And then the next page shows existing elevations. And then another existing side elevations. And the next one is demolition, what's being demoed, the red dashed lines, the arch in front. And here's the new, which identifies all the materials and the color. And the top one is looking from Modano Road. And there's a material legend below. I do have samples here at my desk, but there's the last page will show you the samples. Yeah, there's a side view. Existing rendering, this will be like a before, and then next will be an after of the new look that we are proposing for you tonight. And then, let's see, the next page, yeah, this is the last page, and I did have these, normally I'd have these samples holding up in front of you. These are, ACM, Alucobond. I'm just pointing out to where they all go. The dark brown color is the Jeep, and then the lighter brown is that wood grain ACM panel, a couple accents. The third one is actually a mirror. Yeah, it was hard to photograph without being in the picture. That's just the arch around Don Miller, which is actually there right now. We're existing, we're just relocating that. And then the other one is all the rest of the colors. And then we are painting the whole building like a gray color to match, and again, putting a new roof on. So that's my presentation in a nutshell, and here to answer questions. And I'm not sure, but maybe the owner is on board as well. Dave Miller may be registered too.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other registrants, Kevin?
No, I don't believe there's any other registrants wishing to speak at this time.
Okay, great. So
Miller is registered to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Thanks, Ruth.
Yep.
okay. If you'd just like to answer any questions, that's an option too, but if you're registered to speak, you're certainly welcome to address the commission now.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Dave Miller should be the other one.
I see Don Miller and
Yeah.
Dave Grout. Okay,
Under two, David Miller.
gotcha.
I'm seeing it now.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Yep, David Miller, how are you?
fine, thank you.
Yeah, just to eliminate on what Jim was saying, basically we're trying to get updated. Back in 2010, we had some updates made when the manufacturers went through their changes and that sort of thing. And now they would like all of us to get to the new Jeep standards, as we have a lot of new product coming out that they want to have a separate showroom for that. And it makes a lot of sense because of the depth of the product that is coming out. And again, basically we want to be updated for the next 10 to 15 years, hopefully. So it looks right for the public. It functions very well. The interior is all redesigned and that sort of stuff for better customer function and better customer service. Happened to be on a little road trip with my wife this last weekend and drove to Colorado and happened to drive by one in the town we were staying that was just done. And I have to say it looks, and I know I'm biased, but it looks doggone good, especially compared to what we have now. Not that ours looks bad. It's just that this is a big upgrade, we feel. And the manufacturer does take care of the dealer some. Jeep product is hard to come by, as are all cars right now. But when you do these projects, they do help out and get us more allocation, which I think will help the public in the area also. Hopefully eliminate some of this shortage that's going on. But I don't really have any other comments on it other than that. And we're a second generation business here in town, been here it's our 41st year. The third generation is working in the business and we kind of like to get it all set for that next generation to keep doing what we've been doing all these years. So if you have any questions with me, please let me know.
Thanks, Dave. Okay. Questions or comments by the commission to either one of our speakers? Lois?
Thank you. So I have a question. It seems like there's almost like three distinct buildings kind of pushed together here. And so you have the Jeep and then the Don Miller where the entry is and then the service. I'm curious about the arch at Don Miller, whether, because it just seems kind of disjointed from kind of tying into the rest of the new part of the building.
The arch, yeah, the building itself, the showroom, when you walk in, it's really two separate showrooms. And we have a ceiling that's lower in the middle, and the finishes are different on the right side where you mentioned that arch. That's for like Chrysler. Jeep is almost becoming its own brand. And it's really two manufacturers in one. That's why Jeep has a different look. You go inside that door, it'll look completely different on the inside. So you're trying to make that distinction. Again, This is almost the same look we have now with that arch.
Right. And so I think the arches seems really foreign to this kind of strong element. And I get that, I can see in the floor plan, you even have two reception desks and everything. But is there a way to maybe make it a little bit more cohesive? Because right now it just kind of looks like two very different things kind of pushed together. I'm wondering if it through materials or particularly the arch, I think is what bothers me the most. It just seems kind of a throwback and doesn't seem to have any reference to anything else on the building. So I'm wondering if there's a way to get a little bit more of a rectilinear element at that entrance that would help, even though you want to, separate into different look. If you could maybe do something there to help it tie together.
My hands are kind of tied with the manufacturer on that particular element. They actually dictate the height and the width, and I don't know if I'd have much luck, to be honest. We did another one of these projects, and there were some changes we tried to make and got rejected. And
Chrysler is saying that it has to be an arched opening?
Oh yeah, definitely. Chrysler is saying the material, the color, anything that's a customer touch point, even on the inside, we got to take up all the floor tile. We did another project. My first one of these we accidentally put in framing for Jeep, and it was supposed to be butt glazed glass, and they made us tear it out. And I had to eat that cost because they would not approve the project. So it's a little frustrating for me as an architect. I'm actually trying to help the client as best I can with those arches. Yeah, they give you a couple to choose from, and based on the height and width. And I honestly don't know what I could do there.
All right. I think that's the one kind of foreign looking thing to me, considering even the how the windows are addressed on both sides of that. But, it doesn't sound like you can do anything about it.
No, I understand your thoughts and concerns. It was a concern of mine when my hands are kind of tied, but I appreciate it. But
okay,
I don't know what I can do.
That's my only comment.
No,
thank you.
Good comment. I appreciate it.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to strongly echo Lois's comment because it was the arch that stopped me from giving this a consent. It doesn't fit with the rhythm and the rectilinearity of the rest of the building. I would just ask to push on Chrysler one more time for a slightly different proposal for their grand entrance that does not involve a curve when everything else on that building is rectilinear. It just doesn't fit. And otherwise, I think it's actually a big improvement overall, but that arch really stands out as a kind of literally a sore thumb. Just to refocus, reiterate those comments. Thanks.
Are you able to present to us the arch options?
The options are really, it's the same arch. It's just a matter of proportions. They give you like 5 to choose from, and they may be a little wider or taller. And most of them, this is, I think, one of the smaller ones that just fit the length of the building. They would actually want this building longer to spread that out more, but none, that's the arch that's there now. So that's kind of their Chrysler look. And when you get Jeep combined with Chrysler, you get the two looks. I mean, and they don't have anything that looks any different than this, except maybe bigger and taller. And I don't think you'd like that.
No, I was wondering if there was a smaller arch that, maybe the arch springs closer to where the head of the door is versus, so way up high. Is that all vision glass or with a high ceiling behind the arch?
Right at where it gets flat would probably be spandrel glass, just the very top semicircle, because the ceiling, don't know if the ceiling, because we're retrofitting the existing structure there. I don't know if I can get the ceiling that high, but I've done it with spandrel glass, so we tint the window, and we got to make it bird safe glass anyway. So I think that's spandrel. I'm not positive.
Okay. Next up is Russell, followed by Jessica.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. 2 questions from me. I was curious, the lights that are indicated in the trim around the Jeep side curtain wall, big windows. Can you describe what the intent of those lights are and what they're illuminating?
Yeah, I have a.
And is it referring to an electric light? Is that?
Yeah,
is that
it's like a really skinny LED strip that goes around right where you are. I wish I could show you. I got a nighttime rendering here that they did for a prototype, and so that where that light 10 is right below the hand there's that white line. It's this skinny white LED light that frames that.
And the intent, what surface are you trying to illuminate with that light?
It just boxes in that bamboo color. It doesn't really light anything. It just kind of picture frames it.
And sometimes these, if you want to call them a rope light, they can look very different. There's very different qualities of that kind of a system. Will we be able to see that fixture, the actual light itself, or is it behind a trim?
No, you don't see the fixture. You only see the light. I could send you Kevin, my previous presentation, my previous submittal had a picture of that, but you only see the light from that, not the fixture itself.
Yeah. Okay.
If it's in the original packet, this is the presentation file. It should be available on, or I can try to display that, but it'll take a moment for me to.
I'll go through the plans again, Kevin. Thanks for the answer. And then I just wanted to ask one last question for me. The intent of you are demolishing some of the existing EFIS at what I'd call the service centers that are closest to the center of the building, and then the new. I'm just curious why you stopped with the aluminum composite panel and didn't carry that all the way out to the new lube center, I think you called it. What?
Well, yeah,
that's the intent. There was where you stopped.
Yeah, there was a reason for that. Like where that word service is. The cusp right there, yeah. Those 2 doors, the aluminum panels, the alucobom is there only there. That's their way of telling the customers you pull into those doors. It's a customer entrance. The other doors, the quick lube, we do not want customers pulling in. They're gonna, because there are like alignment racks. Customer wouldn't drive a car in there. They're supposed to come in the 2 doors then their car would be brought around. So it kind of signifies customer area versus not. And that was Chrysler's doing. I don't think they would mind if I continued it, but that was really their goal, to signify where a customer enters.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Jessica.
Yeah, if it doesn't take too long, I have a procedural question, maybe for Kevin. That how is it that a company can set their own design standards and tell a city commission what they will or will not do?
Well, I suppose the standards that the UDC has, and I can't speak to the applicant's internal policy. The standards that the Urban Design Commission has are those for Urban Design District 3. So that would be the standards which you would need to apply to this project. I couldn't speak, maybe the development team could speak a little bit more about their internal process. But for the commission, I would just advise them to make their findings based on UDD 3 specifically.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Is there a motion for action? They're asking for final approval. Lois?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for final approval.
Okay. Second on the motion? Jessica. Okay. Hands down. I'm looking for any further discussion on the motion. Seeing no further discussion, seeing no objections, you are granted final approval. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, folks.
You bet.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thanks, Kevin. Have a good evening.
Okay, let's see, we approved number 3 on consent. So this is a special item of business. Maybe Kevin, you'd like to tee us up a little bit on that?
Sure, I'm happy to. And we're joined this evening by Jeff Greger, who is on the project team for the South Madison plan. And I would imagine most of you recall at our last Urban Design Commission meeting during business by members, there was a request to get updates on a few of the ongoing planning efforts. And that was very timely for the South Madison plan, that project is scheduled to be introduced shortly. I'll let Jeff speak to some of the details here, but tonight's an informational presentation. This will be back before the Urban Design Commission later this fall for a formal advisory recommendation. So tonight it's informal, it's an introduction. Jeff will walk through. There is a short memo and a copy of slides that Jeff put together. I apologize. Jeff had prepared that a couple of weeks ago, and I thought it had been uploaded to Legistar, and it had not been. And so that's my fault, not Jeff's. So I apologize for that in case you didn't see it before this afternoon. But with that, I will turn it over to Jeff, and he'll kind of walk you through where we are in the process for that plan, and then features that relate to the Urban Design Commission's consideration.
Thanks, Kevin. Again, my name is Jeff Greger. I'm a planner in the planning division, working on the South Madison plan. Going to give you a brief overview of the planning effort here, and then go over the items pertaining to that may pertain to the Urban Design Commission, and then find out if you have any comments you'd like to add. So the study area here, we're looking at the area south of Winger Creek, east of Fish Hatchery Road, generally north of the Beltline, and west of Lake Monona. During the planning effort, we started this effort back in September of 2019. We were making great headway, and then March of 2020 came. With the pandemic, it was decided that we would take a pause on the public side of the planning effort. And during that time, planning staff received some feedback from the community that the focus of the plan needed to be kind of tightened up and change from kind of a broad neighborhood plan to more of an action plan as things are happening in South Madison as we're doing this planning effort. And we need to have more of a nimble document that can react to what's going on in South Madison. So the planning team took some time to refocus the plan into an action plan. Right now, the plan now has 3 guiding principles that we are using to evaluate strategies and recommendations. And those principles are anti-displacement and gentrification, community wealth building, and opportunities to thrive. We've also pared down the number of chapters in the plan to economic development, housing, land use, transportation, and parks, equitable access and community or capacity building, and the Park Street corridor. The slide showing the top community issues and concerns that were brought up during our public input sessions. By far, the biggest issue / concern in the study area has to do with displacement and gentrification. We've heard a lot from the community about preserving the single-family homes that are currently in South Madison, but that there is a great need for additional opportunities to build community wealth through affordable housing, affordable owner-occupied housing. Right now, the ratio between rental and owner-occupied single-family housing is about 78 to 22%. So 22% of the housing in South Madison is single-family residential, whereas the city of Madison hovers right around a 50-50 split. Also, a need for opportunities to age in place. There is the Madison Mobile Home Park, which is currently in the town of Madison. There's been a strong desire to preserve that as it is the most affordable housing in the Madison area. We also heard the need for quality, affordable childcare, improvements to the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, as well as improving access to the parks and adding amenities and equipment, as well as improving transit service. And there's a separate transit study looking at that right now. The plan's suggesting a number of changes to the comp plan land use, and so this map's outlining those. I'll just kind of hit some of the highlights. One of the changes, we're terming this area up in the northeast corner here as the Olin Triangle. That's that area between Olin and John Nolan. The comp plan calls for employment on that property. The South Madison plan is proposing to change that to regional mixed use. I mentioned the Madison Mobile Home Park. The comp plan shows that for low medium residential. And this planning effort is proposing to change that to low residential, again, in an effort to help maintain that as a mobile home park for the long term. Going counterclockwise here, the block between Badger Road and Hughes Place, the comp plan had that block split between mixed use, community mixed use, and medium residential. The plan is proposing to change the western half of that block to community mixed use to allow for greater mixing of uses within that block. As it is at the gateway into South Madison and the gateway into Madison at Badger and Park Street. The final change I'll mention is up in the old Thorstad Chevrolet is right here. We're calling this the Thorstad focus area. I'll get into that in a little bit. But the comp plan was showing this larger area for regional mixed use. This plan is suggesting changing it to low medium residential and low residential. And I'll get into that in a little bit as to why it's proposing that when I talk about the focus area concepts. Something the South Madison plan is recommending as well is a maximum building height map for the entire study area. Something I guess that was lacking, or it did not exist in the previous plan. There are 2 urban design districts, as you're I'm sure well aware of, there's Urban Design District 7 along South Park Street, and then there's Urban Design District 1 along John Nolan. UDD 1 really doesn't get into heights, so that's why the plan is really proposing modification to UDD 7. I'll get into that modification in a minute, but I just want to kind of go over a couple of the main talking points as far as the height plan goes. So at the intersection of Badger and Park, the plan suggesting a max up to 8 stories in this darker blue. And then as you head north, transitioning into generally maximum 5 stories along the South Park Street corridor. There is this small area of maximum of 3 stories, and that's due generally to the width of these lots. If they were wider, the plan would likely propose 5 stories instead of 3. We are well aware that South Park Street is a future BRT corridor, and generally that's where we'd like to put our density and our height. However, again, going back to the input that we heard from the community, they came out very clearly and with statements like, we don't want South Park Street to turn into redevelop into an East Washington. We don't want 12-story buildings along Park Street. We want a different feel. And some of the planning efforts prior to this one have shown generally building maximum heights of around that 3 to 5 story height range along South Park Street. The plan is proposing some taller buildings along John Nolan Drive, generally at 12-story maximum, and then stepping down once you get to the creek to 5-story maximum up where my cursor is there. Another area of taller maximum building heights is at the intersection of Rimrock and the Beltline, as that's kind of another gateway into Madison there. As far as the proposed change to Urban Design District 7, really the only suggested change would be to adjust UDD 7 requirements to reflect the heights recommended in the map that I just showed you. And the bonus height guideline in that section should also be amended to not apply within the South Madison plan boundary, so that the maximum height recommendations in the South Madison plan can be followed for that portion of UDD 7. I mentioned focus area concepts. We have 3 areas that we put together concept plans for. The first area we're calling out here is the Village on Park focus area. It encompasses the Village on Park, but also looks at areas to the east of that. The second area is that Thorstad focus area. It is quite a bit larger than the former Thorstad Chevrolet site, but it's the landmark that's there. And then the third area we're looking at with a focus area concept is the Perry and Ann Street focus area. And that's generally the area south of Badger Road, Ann Street along the Beltline, and Perry Street north and south. I won't go into great detail on these concept plans, but I wanted to give the Urban Design Commission kind of a idea of what's being proposed with the concepts to go along kind of with that building height map and the land use map. So Village on Park is kind of in the left center here. It's showing the Urban League's Black-owned business hub project, as well as the proposed parking structure on the south end of the Village on Park. Proposing potential redevelopment of the Badger and Park Street corner with potentially a mixed-use transit center, depending upon the outcome of the transit study, the route realignment study, if a transit center is still something that'll be needed for BRT. Otherwise, this could just be a mixed-use building. Proposing a few new street connections. Buick Street, proposing extending that all the way to Cypress Way to connect the east side of Park Street to Lincoln Elementary, which is roughly here, as well as a Fisher Street extension south to Badger Road, and then extending Hughes to the east to meet up with Fisher. Also proposing expansion of Penn Park. We heard a lot of input from the community that on parks needs to be more park space, more space for programming. So this concept would allow for that. Moving into the Thorstad focus area, going back to the anti-displacement and gentrification guiding principle, we initially we had three concepts for each focus area. We took those out to the community. Those initial concepts showed a much denser development proposal for the Thorstad area, and the community unequivocally told us that that was unacceptable. We need to find a place for affordable single-family owner-occupied new opportunities. So we took that feedback. It does go against the grain, against the status quo of along major corridors. That's where you put the density, along transit corridors. However, again, I go back to that split of single family, multifamily as well. We also had a market study done to show that over the next 20 years, South Madison can absorb between 900 and 2,200 new units within the entire study area. The three concept plans that we're showing tonight account for about 2,100 units, and that doesn't account for any development in that Olin Triangle or other infill areas. When you factor those potential areas in, you're getting closer to 3,000 new units. So based off on a number of factors, we felt it was really important to try something different. To make something like this successful, there would need to be a considerable city investment. We've been working with our folks in economic development and real estate to run some numbers, and we looked at a number of sites where this type of development may be appropriate, and we settled on the Thorstad. It also penciled out to essentially be a net zero over the next 10 years. So we fully anticipate this will be a controversial recommendation in the plan. So any input you might have on that, we'd be interested in hearing that as well. And then finally, the third focus area, the Perry and Ann Street. The big recommendation here is to extend Perry Street over the Beltline to connect up with Perry Street on the south side of the Beltline, to connect the neighborhood to the north with the jobs to the south, as well as try to get a little bit better street grid within this area of the neighborhood. So this would be a new north-south street connecting Badger Road with Ann Street. I think Fiedler Lane kind of does an L shape here, and we would extend that south. Opportunities for some employment along Ann Street and the Beltline, and then transitioning back into the neighborhood with some low-medium residential and medium residential next to the fire station and Madison College. And just to end up here, a few questions for the commission. Interested in your feedback regarding the proposed height map. Also interested in your feedback on essentially the one proposed change to the UDD7, and then any additional feedback you might have on the plan. So with that, I'm going to switch back to the height map. I have a feeling that's maybe where a lot of the comments may come, but happy to take any thoughts you may have.
Thank you, Jeff. Who'd like to start? Tom, this area of town's near and dear to you. What do you have on your mind?
You have that right, Cliff. Thank you. This being a Bay Creek neighborhood resident, and Bay Creek, as you know, is just directly north of the boundary of this plan. But of course, they think they represent the whole south side, and As Jeff knows, you'll hear from them whether invited or not. So I guess, well, two things. I'll comment on the less controversial issue. Well, it may not be, but the Thorstrand site. I was surprised when I saw the plan and saw that low density at that point, so near and dear to the BRT route on Park Street. I understand from the neighborhood point of view, this idea of investment in single family homes, but I think you will, I mean, from a broader, city level planning perspective, it does seem like there could have been more density, at least along the edges of that site. Specifically, you have one high density building on Park Street, but maybe even turning the corner along the creek or something. It just feels like the literally single family housing at that site at the lowest level of density seems a waste, quite frankly. But not from the investment point of view, and I understand that objective. But it doesn't comport with other planning directives and thoughts that I think most urban planners have today about transit-oriented design. The other point is, of course, the Olin Triangle. I just want to maybe ask Jeff more whether he feels secure in how the recommendations, both for the height recommendation and the underlying zoning change recommendation, how they were developed and incorporated into this plan, because that's where the pushback is going to come from. From the Bay Creek side, there is a group out there who wants to challenge that set of recommendations on the Olin Triangle. And of course, it's no secret what they really want to do is stop the McGrath project. They're adamant about it. And so I just want to make sure that the city feels they're on solid ground in how those elements were incorporated into the plan.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, the zoning, we're not recommending any zoning change for the Olin Triangle. We're just recommending a land use change.
How does that differ? I'm sorry. I thought you said it was employment. Isn't that a zoning classification?
No, employment is a land use classification, same as regional mixed use. The zoning map is more prescriptive as far as building mass. So it is, I believe it's SE, if I'm reading the colors correctly. So that's suburban employment.
Suburban employment, yeah, I believe that is, yeah.
So that, when you look that up in the zoning code, it's going to tell you your building setbacks, your building heights, any step downs, on and on and on. Whereas the land use is more general, telling you the types of uses that may be allowed within that area. So we're not proposing any zoning changes for City of Madison properties. We're not suggesting any proactive rezonings. We're just suggesting changing the land use from an employment use where you would anticipate office buildings generally to something more of a mix of uses. So you might have offices with residential, you might have offices with retail. In a single building, you might also have a mix of building types within that area. So you could have a strictly residential with a strictly office building, separate office building. So you could get a mix of uses within that land as well. So we feel fairly confident, again, with these recommendations. As you're probably all well aware, the initial McGrath proposal was somewhere around 18 stories. We didn't feel comfortable necessarily proposing 18 stories. I think that would be precedent setting. I think the city has precedent to propose 12 stories. We'll see what the boards, committees, and commissions, how they feel about that recommendation, whether they feel it should be lowered or increased. It is one area where, I guess, speaking as planning staff, we feel that's an appropriate area for density. It is on major corridors. It is on transit corridors. It's next to the Alliance Center. Yes, it does, abut Bay Creek, but it's across the creek. So, I mean, it's not like it's right next door to a single family house. There is some distance. And that's one of the reasons why we're suggesting the step down from 12 to 8. So roughly 2/3 of that triangle, we're suggesting for 12 stories. And 8 is the max. We would expect as you get closer to the creek, you're probably going to have 3 to 5 story buildings instead of an 8-story building. We would be kind of looking for that step down or, building step back.
Well, thank you. I like the 12-story there. Just as you know, there is a coterie of Southsiders who don't. So be prepared is my.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Tom?
No, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Christian and then Russell.
Yeah, just one small comment on the note that if I heard and read that correctly, a request that these building heights be adhered to without the possible addition of bonus stories, because as this commission has seen in other parts of the city, if there's bonus heights allowed, the developers almost invariably go for them, and we largely seem to be granting them. So, the height guidelines are really just, a starting point. And if we're going to be serious about what we feel the heights should be along here, and I realize those are up for debate, let's stick to them and dispense with this charade of the bonus heights in this area that just seems to bring a lot of extra angst and grief and unhappiness built into the process. And let's have a building height mean a building height, not a building height with possibly 2 stories more.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Nope, that's all I got.
Russell and then Lois.
Quick note of support on the building height map, and appreciative of hearing the way the staff is trying to get creative and really listen to what the residents want in that area, and maybe breaking from convention and listening to what people are, the feedback they're giving. So just a voice of support there. I guess particularly on the Thorstad area. I wanted to ask about whether there's any thought or anything to do about what seems to me to be a giant wound right down the middle of this plan, which is a railroad track there that, to be honest, I didn't even know existed until I saw some of this planning. Is that a loud rail line? Is it a fast one? And is there anything to do to make connectivity better there? Or is there, just curious from a planning standpoint, where that rail line plays into some of the thoughts?
Yeah. So it is still an active rail. I don't think it's incredibly active. For a number of years, the railroad they were parking rail cars on it. We do have a couple of recommendations that deal with that rail line. One is, if it were to ever be abandoned, to go ahead and try to purchase it and put a bike path along it. Excuse me. There is quite a grade difference. It's kind of a ravine through this point, but then it kind of comes back up, and we feel like, so we're proposing at grade bicycle off-street path connection to Sunstrom at Dane Street here, just north of Penn Park. Rail lines is one of the large barriers in this study area. So we've got a rail line here. We've also got another rail line through the site here. So we are trying to breach those barriers when possible. So we're suggesting a path crossing there, connecting the Capitol View neighborhood with the west side with Penn Park. And then the other map I had up, the street connection. As part of the Thorstad focus area, we are proposing, or the plan's proposing, a crossing of the rail line here with North Avenue out to Fish Hatchery Road. This was a recommendation in the 05 plan. We feel like it's an important connection that needs to be made, especially for this neighborhood to the south and potentially for this neighborhood to the north, to have multiple ways to head north or west or south. Right now, if you live here and you want to head over to Bowman Field, you either have to go north to Winger or Plainer and around, or you have to go all the way to Badger and around. So we are trying to make those connections. They are going to be difficult. The railroad is not the easiest to negotiate with, but if they're not in the plan, they're not going to happen. So that's the first step.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for indulging me there. It's probably not so much an Urban Design Commission thing, but I appreciate the response, Jeff. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Lois, with Alder Alboris on deck.
Thank you. Interesting plan. I also will throw in my support for the building height map. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think there's the integration of single family houses so close to Park Street that it warrants not going taller than 5 stories and 8 stories at Badger Road. And then to move on to the Thorstad focus area, I think I would agree that single family housing in that area seems very appropriate, just because of the location with the creek, particularly the school. I think a lot of people with children prefer living in a home with their own front door, and I think that is giving people the opportunity to purchase. The one comment I would have is it seems that there's an opportunity to connect more of the green spaces and provide a buffer between that rail corridor and that single family home housing. And then also kind of creating maybe more of a connection to Park Street, or just maybe it's just a buffer to the single family housing, depending on that grade difference you were talking about. So I would ask, is there an opportunity to increase or create more of a green buffer between the rail and the housing?
Yeah, one of the comments we got from the Transportation Policy and Planning Board was to show a future extension of the Cannonball Path along the railroad track and up to Winger Creek.
Mm-hmm.
So that made it into a revised ped bike plan. We didn't revise the concept to that point, but we could, once this comes through the BCC process, and if that's a motion that's made, we'll definitely show that and update this concept plan. I don't disagree with you. We could depict some more screening along here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Alder Alboris, and then Jessica.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, this is somewhat of a policy question regarding the single family intentionality along the corridor. And I'll just say that I want to acknowledge, as an Alder, when city processes do reflect feedback in general, there's a true intention of trying to either capture it or consider it, even if sort of the final decision doesn't always land on that public feedback. It's just really nice to see that it's considered. So I'll just want to start by saying my appreciation for that. The policy question is, the feedback, was it with the intent or the sort of intentionality of having single family homes there? And I understand that one commissioner already kind of alluded to the fact that there's a lost opportunity for further density along that. But I think the question that I have is that for the intent of like maybe having folks who are traditionally underrepresented in home ownership in Madison to be a part of that, or is it just generally speaking single family?
No, the first, it's intention for those folks who don't have an opportunity typically to get into home ownership to be able to do so. You know, this to make this happen, it would have to be a city partnership with perhaps a nonprofit organization to be able to make this to come to fruition. One of the reasons we're showing it on the Thorstad site versus somewhere in the Village on Park concept, we looked at a number of locations. We looked at kind of this general location for that to occur. We looked at west of the Village on Park as well. And, you know, when we looked at the numbers, you know, if the city made a TIF investment as well as an infrastructure investment, and then looked at the number of units that could be generated, you know, didn't really pan out for these two sites. Whereas the Thorstad site, you know, there's a few industrial type buildings there. We're not displacing any existing residents to be able to do a project like this. Yes, we would have to relocate a few businesses to do this, but this was the one site where the numbers penciled out, where it was kind of a net neutral for the city over 10 years to pay back a TIF investment. But yeah, we would have to partner with a nonprofit, and yeah, the intent is to get those underrepresented communities into home ownership through this area.
Thanks for confirming, and sorry if I missed that in translation of what you're presenting. So thanks for confirming that that's the intent.
Okay, thank you. Jessica?
Yep. The slide before this one, please, Kevin. So that picture up in the upper left, that I just, you know, to think about maintaining not high density on some of those major thoroughfares, those Park Street and Fish Hatchery are so non-human scale for biking and walking and families. And you face so much parking before you hit a building. So I was excited to see that slide up in the upper left. And I don't know where that's intended for, and I don't know that you can slow down Fish Hatchery and Park, but there's such dividers between sides of what side of Park you're on, and how to get to Lincoln when you don't live on that side of Park and so on. And so things like how the street is even addressed, how close new buildings are put to the curb, and what kind of human scale that creates, I think would be a huge bonus to this neighborhood. And I was really psyched to see that detail.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's kind of ironic as I look at this, you know, Jeff, you did mention that the Thorstad site would require a significant investment by the city, of course, you know, for single family or low density to be able to pencil out there. That's for sure. But, you know, in 15, 20 years, if we have all these improved childcare options, expanded park, improved transit and bike connectivity, a new community center, all those single family houses over by Lincoln and Bram's Addition, how are they going to continue to be affordable? I mean, this is a part of town that's going to be so close to downtown. People who own those houses are going to sell them for $500,000. It's not a problem this plan probably can solve, but you're making this into a really, really nice neighborhood, and there's so much demand for housing everywhere in the city, in the county. It's probably a more regional problem, so that the people who live there aren't priced out after all these really nice improvements are brought in. One question I do have, you mentioned that you're not recommending any specific zoning changes, and what mechanism is there for developers that want to work in this area of town to help execute the plan?
Well, there is, separate from the South Madison plan, there is a proposal for a new TIF district to cover this area. And the proposal will be doing something a little bit different than your typical TIF district, where it'll be a donor TIF. It'll take funds from other TIF districts that have excess to kind of pre-fund this TIF district. So once the plan is to get that going in 2023 after the town of Madison has attached, so that it can cover the entire, or cover the majority of this planning area. So the intent would be that the city would then have money to be able to, potentially do a Thorstad project, put that infrastructure in. That TIF could be used for other private development projects, in similar ways to it's used today. That's probably the one thing I could point to. As well as making partnerships with the city. A lot of this plan is going to require partners, whether that's partnering with the city or partnering with a nonprofit to get things done here. That's kind of the other way to help this plan get implemented.
So you don't think there's a need for any specific changes in the zoning to kind of bolster the patterns of development on some of these exhibits that you've given us to look at?
At this point, no. We've asked that question of the Plan Commission. They were comfortable with not recommending proactive rezoning. We've had some discussions with the mayor along the same lines, and she has been supportive of not making any proactive rezoning recommendations. The only zoning recommendations we're making are for town of Madison properties, as they currently have county zoning, and as part of the attachment in 2022, we need to assign a city zoning classification. So we're trying to get ahead of the curve there and do that within this plan.
One thing,
go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeff. I just had one follow-up thought on Cliff's question, but Jeff, go ahead, wrap. Sorry.
I was just going to say, but we are open to recommendations along those lines. But thus far, we haven't heard any from any of our previous informational presentations.
Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
And one thing, just to build off what Jeff said. Now, talking about there isn't at this point a recommendation to preemptively rezone, to go in and change the zoning right now. That's not to say what this plan is doing with the recommended land use plan that Jeff was walking through. It's setting the table that when a developer comes in with a proposal that might need a different zoning, let's just say the proposal doesn't work in employment zoning, this plan, that if it recommends a different land use, it's really enabling those rezonings to go through. It's just going to happen, more or less on a project by project basis, which is more typically how we see a lot of projects. So it is in that sense kind of setting the table for the the different development forms that are recommended and uses that are recommended here.
Okay, I see Shane hasn't spoken yet and he has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Jeff. So there's obviously a lot to comment on, and I just thought I'd throw out a couple. So one, more generally, I think as a voice, an advocate for the bike connections, specifically kind of radiating and connecting to things like schools and civic centers and parks. I know that there's mention of the Cannonball Trail, and I'm not sure. I actually cannot picture whether that extends northeast from Fish Hatchery or if it still ends there, but that would be something kind of on my radar as a critical bike connection through the city.
Yeah, the Cannonball currently stops at Fish Hatchery. I believe it's slated to do this alignment to the north, this green line, in 2022, I believe.
Okay.
And then when we went to TPPB for an informational, they requested we also show a connection that continues along the rail line. So in the updated version of the draft that will be introduced on the 2nd, the map will show that as well.
Okay. Yeah, that would be fantastic. So that's good news. And as long as we're in that area, maybe we can zoom in on that Thorstad enlargement, because or the planning enlargement.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
in particular, I wanted to just kind of ask about the Capital newspaper site, which I don't know much about this site, but as a recommendation for light industrial, it just seems like kind of an odd pairing with the school right next to it, and typically wanting to see like residential supporting that periphery around the school.
Yeah, so we are proposing some residential here. There's kind of a existing set of warehouses in the back, and then you've got the newspaper kind of right in here. The thought was we could kind of do a couple of things here, some new housing along with some areas for employment. However, be open to potentially flipping this to residential as well. There is kind of a little enclave here of businesses as it exists today. So that was kind of riffing off of that, as well as kind of some of the existing uses, maybe reusing them in a way.
Yeah, and I would think if there's actually like kind of a historic industrial type building that's there, that's that holds value, and retrofitting or renovating, like that could be kind of cool. But otherwise, yeah, I think having more of a residential or mixed use frontage to the school could be an interesting pairing for the long term. And then the other comment I had, which kind of came up in the specific proposal along Park Street, so in the Village on Park plan enlargement, just making note that there's still, although it's better, there's still that significant kind of surface parking just north of the hub project, which I still am not totally comfortable with. I think there was some very cool site design things happening as part of the project, and the project itself is great, but just in general, trying to like peel back that surface parking right on Park Street where possible would be, I think, a very necessary departure from how we know Park Street today. So that's just, again, another small plug in that specific area, and just in general along Park Street and Fish Hatchery.
Thank you.
And that's it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Thanks a lot, Jeff.
Thank you.
Looks like it's been a lot of work, a lot of participation. It also looks like you are making a real effort to, there's a lot of good in this area, and you're really making an effort to keep what's good there. And that's important.
Yep.
Okay. We look forward to having a little bit more formal discussion on our UDD number 7 in the future. And when we do, we'll be better prepared for it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
You bet. All right. So that brings us now to item number 5, which is 555 West Mifflin, a project we saw, I think, over the summer.
That's correct. We have 2 speakers that are registered to speak. We've got the project architect, Rich Dolezal, and we also have Tim Camps registered to speak. And then we have 3 other speakers, including the owners, registered and available to answer questions. And so with that, I will pull up the applicant's slides here in just a moment. And just a note to the commission, I think the applicant will go through it. There was an additional elevation that was added to the packet late for an elevation that wasn't included in the previous set. And my understanding is the architect will speak to that as part of the presentation here. So I will pull those plans up in just a moment.
Great. And if you could endeavor to keep it to 3 minutes, we would very much appreciate it.
That sounds good. Hello and good afternoon. I'm Richard Dalzell from Desk Tree Design Architects. I'm here today to present and request approval for the 3.5-story, 6-unit apartment building that will be located at 555 West Mifflin. Today's presentation reflects the changes to the elevations based off of your guys' comments at the informational meeting that we had on July 28th of this year. We took your comments about the restraint that we should care for to heart, and we've scaled back several areas of the building, giving it a more residential feeling and allowing the apartment to blend into the Mifflin neighborhood while still keeping its unique identity. Kevin, if you could start with slide number 4. We scaled down the brick and eliminated the large glass and spandrel corners that were on the Mifflin and the Bedford street side. We also added more punched uniform window openings around the building. We also added additional detailing at the ground level, such as soldier coursing above the doors and windows. On the Mifflin Street, you'll notice we've also added a second balcony into the loft unit to help reduce the large plane that was above the original design. And this will also make the loft unit more appealing since it's got technically 2 balconies out of it. And we also added transoms at the loft level around the building to make it read more as a 4-story building. Kevin, could you change to slide number 5 now? And you'll see the transoms go across there as well. Between the added balcony and the windows, this will allow for some natural ventilation of the loft units in this area. On the Bedford elevation, we also added 3 green screens to allow for vines. The screens would be on standoffs off the building, not to allow the vines to attach to the building. Also on the Bedford side, we eliminated all the large vents by moving the HVAC units into the basement and the attic, and also moving the AC units onto the roof behind the parapet wall. If you go to slide 3, you'll see where those are located. And then, Kevin, if you could jump to slide 6, and sorry for the jumping around. This is the supplemental elevation that we added in there. Jenny from zoning had requested this in the demo packet that we were doing for Plan Commission, and we felt it was fair to include it into this since you guys had not been able to see this. Obviously, there's not much going on with this elevation. It's on a 0 lot line, and it's also a firewall. We're simply recommending at this point black to dark gray CMU similar to the brick at the ground level that does run around the entire building. And then Kevin, could you go to slide number 2? We've updated the landscape plan and we've added ornamental fence and landscaping around the ground floor balconies in this area too, and we'll be able to see those on the elevations in a minute. But also in the north east corner of the building, we did reconfigure the trash enclosure and window placement of that unit on the ground level to create a vegetative enclave while still screening the trash and recycling. That's pretty much my presentation on this one, and I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to start? Christian?
Yeah, I'm curious about the back of the building and the trash enclosure area. I had occasion to be in the neighborhood and took a look at this property in the last couple days. And if we could look at the landscape plan. There we go. So the existing building and could you, what is the orientation here compass wise? Is Mifflin Street the north side?
It's technically northwest. It's rotated roughly 45 degrees.
Let's just say north is up for this, for Christian's sake of reference.
Okay, so the existing building to the south then, I looked at it and there's what appeared to be 2 feet of vegetation along the foundation there. But I see, from this plan, as you go back there, it looks like your trash enclosure area, like basically abuts to that next door building. And I'm having trouble understanding how that would work. I mean, there's gas meters and electric meters protruding from the side of the building there in that space, but your drawings seem to imply that your trash enclosure to the right there to the south, like actually comes in contact with the building. Is that just a quirk in the way it was drawn, or?
It's kind of a quirk in the way it's drawn. There is definitely a little fine tuning we have to do in that area. We did get what was required for trash and for garbage. We worked with the city on that. And we are really open to making the best situation possible back there, but yet still trying to leave, some type of vegetative alcove for that one window that's there.
No, I understand that. I'm more concerned with the neighbors. I mean, certainly you can't be allowed to build your fence enclosure right up to the side of their building. How would they have access to their, the side of their building and the electric meters and gas meters and such that are on that side of the building?
Understandable, and we will have to investigate what's all on there. When we got civil to survey the property, they didn't give us any information on the side buildings, so we would definitely work around what is there and accommodate for the neighboring building.
Yeah, I would think you would have to from, many different points, legally and otherwise, zoning and everything. I appreciate what you're trying to do over there, and having a little vegetative area outside of that window of that unit there is, a creative solution there, and trying to not have that person looking out over garbage receptacles. So kudos to that. Given that you have a tall building on either side of it, along with screening fences and stuff, your plant selection is mostly okay. Those blue star junipers that you have there are going to be plants that are happier and a little bit more sun than I think they're going to get there. You might want to consider changing that out to a more shade tolerant plant, a yew or a hemlock, or more hostas, or some large ferns or something along those lines. Other than that, I think this is a a vast improvement over what was there earlier. And your screens with the Boston ivy on the side of it are a nice touch. You got the right idea with having the separate screens for those offset from the building, but you should know that that vine is going to want to jump from those trellises onto the building without pretty much constant and regular pruning to keep it off there. So I'll just give you a friendly heads up on that from a maintenance standpoint. That's all I have.
Thank you on that. Jeremy and myself at the office, we did the landscape plan, so obviously we're always open to that type of feedback. And I know Bali, one of the owners, is online, and she's definitely going to want to take that feedback as well, because the last thing we want to do is plant something that's either going to die or will take over on the building.
Okay, thank you. Lois, followed by Shane.
Thank you. I think the building looks a little more cohesive, and so I think the changes you made, I think, are successful. I had one question or comment on the Mifflin Street elevation, the third floor balcony. Right now, the floor plan has a door in that balcony and a bathroom right behind that little square window. On the third floor, on the blue. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to not have a bathroom on an exterior wall, where I kind of feel like that window might get removed because it's like showing right into a shower. If there's a way to get the bathroom inboard and then get some consistency with the transom windows and the balcony door coming off the side, like the second and third floor. Sorry, not the so it's the fourth floor that I'm talking about, with the loft. Is there a way to reconfigure that loft area for the third floor, so there's some consistency and add the transom and get the bathroom off of that exterior wall, so that window's not in danger of getting value engineered out?
We are definitely trying. Obviously, when we have the loft situation, we're limited to how many square feet we can have in the loft based off of the open plate from the third floor. So it is definitely something I am still working through on the floor plan, but the vision is definitely, we don't want to lose the window. We really like the fact that we were able to add that additional balcony out there for that unit right there. So yeah, I completely agree with your comments on that one, and we are working that way. The plans, I will say, are still under development on that as we reshaped the outside elevation here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I mean, you need to know, if we approve these elevations, this is what gets built. You're going to have to make the floor plan work with the elevations, or come back with a revised set of elevations.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. We got anything else, Lois?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Shane and then Russell.
Thanks. I was just going to add a couple planned comments in support of what Christian said. I would agree that the Boston ivy is going to probably jump. And although I really like vine covered buildings, I'm not sure if you do. And so I would just be prepared for that. Otherwise, I would maybe recommend something like a honeysuckle vine, a Lonicera, which might be kind of a nice replacement vine and a little bit smaller stature and twining, so it's not going to like cling and climb the building. And then maybe consider a replacement of the gold flame spirea, which I feel like is just kind of a very bright chartreuse Walmart parking lot-esque plant. So if you want to stick with a tough spirea, maybe a Tor birch leaf spirea might be a little less chartreuse and a little less contrast, I guess, in terms of color palette. So just those two plant comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, that is it. We were definitely going back and forth, and I would say all the plants we tried to put into here, they had to try to meet, how would we say, drought resistant, salt resistant, and pet urine resistant is what we were trying for. So any feedback that we have on things that would be better was always appreciative.
Okay, Russell and then Jessica.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for many of the changes you've made. It's looking nice. I just wanted to clarify on Kevin, if you could go to the other side, the Mifflin Street elevation. On the loft level balcony, is there not a door that's coming out of that wall there?
Yes, Lois raised that question about the
Okay.
inconsistencies with the plan.
Okay. I heard the window conversation, which I did agree. I thought that was great points too. I just wanted to clarify to the applicant, that's an apartment, I think number 5, that has 2 balconies. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Interesting. Could you describe the intent of the CMU wall, the firewall, as you called it? What is the function of that wall?
The function of the wall is just kind of as it states. It is the firewall. It is sitting. It starts at the property line. We would obviously love to be able to do more with it. We could do some type of patterns with the CMU and that, but we can't put any openings in it. We can't recess it back really. It's just kind of the end of the building. We could, try to dress it up the best we can with that aspect.
Okay, thank you. Last question I had, I think the one change I noticed from the last plan is you're proposing a patio railing. Will there be a gate of any kind into those first floor patios, or those are meant to just kind of give some amount of security and privacy to that?
At this point, we were not envisioning any gates in there. It was supposed to be, some type of privacy and security. That's why it goes up a little higher than a standard one. We've noticed a lot downtown that, there can be some ones that are 6 foot high, and we didn't want to go that high, but yet we still wanted to give them a little bit more security that with their balconies or with their patios right there.
It doesn't seem inappropriate or anything, but I was trying to figure out on this elevation, it looked like it was maybe partially solid. And then from the side, it looked like maybe it was more of a just open railing. So
it is open. Yeah, sorry. It is open railing.
That's just a graphical thing. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. No problem. Those are my questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jessica.
Yeah, could we go to the Mifflin Street? Yeah, sorry, I'm unmuted. I might have missed it, and I apologize if I did, but I'm looking at the transom windows on the second floor versus the hopper window ones, and why the tops of them don't align.
They probably should. This was redone right before the deadline, but it should. How the third floor transom is how the second floor transom should be.
Great, I was just wondering on that, that's all.
Okay, any other questions or comments? They want final. Tom.
Just a quick question. Oh, thanks. About the size of the enclosed patio on the first floor. The Mifflin Street plans or recommendations often talk about porches being sort of the historic character of this neighborhood. And I'm just wondering, I noticed, like, if you look at the elevation we're looking at on the rear, those second and third floor porches are actually longer. I wonder if the first floor Mifflin Street elevation porch should be extended to maybe the width of the blue area, if that would make sense architecturally, even though you don't have any more window there, but whether that would give more of a porch sense to that first floor, if that doesn't destroy the design in some other aspect. That was my question.
No, it wouldn't, but we really thought that, having a landscape area, more of a sizable landscape area between the entrance to the building and the patio would actually make more sense than to move the patio closer to the entrance of the building.
Okay, I was not looking at the site plan to pick that up, but yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, and that probably has at least equal value in terms of residentializing the site. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lois.
I have one comment, and then I was going to make a motion. The blank wall to the northeast or north, I guess, on this plan. You may preemptively ask for an artist to paint something on it, because I could see this getting tagged in this neighborhood. It would be really appropriate to have some kind of art on it. So that's my comment about that. But I will make a motion for final approval with the corrections to some of the landscape species and that loft area for the third floor, making sure that window that is now shown in a bathroom shower remains, and adding a transom at the balcony.
Okay, is there a second? Jessica, second. Okay. Any discussion on the motion? I don't see any hands raised. If I don't see any hands raised in the next 10 seconds, I am going to declare by unanimous consent, you have final approval conditional on the comments in Lois's motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight.
You bet. That brings us to number 6, and Tom, if you will take over the reins, I'll listen in and join you back when you are finished, and on to number 7. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cliff. Kevin, I just have a quick question. Am I co-admin? Who mutes and unmutes, you or me?
I believe you have that power. And I think Stefan can help if
yeah, Thomas, I just made you a co-host, but everyone does have the ability to mute and unmute themselves.
Okay.
So.
I'll let people do it themselves if that's okay with
Sure.
you guys.
Yep.
So, Kevin, do we have a presenter then on item 6?
Yes, we've got a few. We've got a few people registered on item 6. We've got one speaker and another person available to answer questions, both from the development team. The speaker we have is Paul Raschliger, is the project architect. And I did want to note that we did receive comments, and they were forwarded to us by the development team this morning, an email of support from the district alder that was uploaded to Legistar this morning. Just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware that that was there. And then with that, I'm happy to share slides as soon as the development team's ready.
Development team, take it away.
Paul, you should be unmuted. Paul, you're unmuted on our end. If you're on a phone, you can hit *6 to unmute. You might have a prompt somewhere on your screen. Paul, we're still not hearing you. If you want to check your screen. You are unmuted on our end.
Perhaps if Paul's not there, Jackie is also registered, and I'm not sure if Jackie perhaps could.
Looks like Jackie's here.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Good. Yes.
I'm actually chatting with Paul on the side, wondering if he is having technical issues.
I think that might be the case. Yeah.
If you would wait once, he says he has no sound. He's leaving and is rejoining. Would it be acceptable to wait for him to rejoin here?
If it's reasonably short, yes.
Let's hope so. If not, I can attempt to
say-
take it away here. But Paul was the one who was planning to take the lead on this conversation.
Okay, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, that worked. All right.
Good.
So we just wanted to circle back with you. Thank you for the final approval from the last meeting. Incidentally, a couple of weeks after we had received that final approval, the district did receive a letter from the city engineering that they had been past the site and they were looking at some of their city-related items, and they had realized that the retaining wall is in very poor condition, and it will at some point begin to impact the stormwater management on Van Heist. They did not give the district direction. They were just letting them know that they were keeping an eye on the condition of the wall. So this first set of images just shows you the existing wall in the upper left. That's at the corner of Van Heist and Highland, looking up or to the south. And there's a really significant bow to the wall. Moving to the right, that is up closer to the monument building. And you see that low wall is heaving and rotating to the field. And then the lower left, you see the deterioration all along the wall of that block. And then, we had gone through, contacted all of our consultants and team members from the Findorf, the construction manager, to Otai, the structural engineer, the civil engineer, landscaping, ourselves, and really looked at all the options that would fit within the UDC requirements of our previous approval. We do know that the wall does not have a structural base. That's why it's moving around all over the place. And as you know, this wall is impacted, and you can go to the next slide, Kevin, because we are placing an athletic addition on the building, and then directly to, directly to the left, you see that field. We are moving that turf field to Van Heist to accommodate the addition. So that retaining wall right now would be sitting right on the property line. And we look through all the different permutations. Can we remove the stone? Can we reuse the stone? And Findorf had provided us with their inspection report as well. And they had serious concerns about removing that stone, cleaning it, and then reusing it. That stone is very old, it's in poor condition. And once we are done cleaning it, many of them may be cracked and unusable. So there is a risk there that the wall would look different, coupled with the fact that to do that, we would in fact need to build another full concrete retaining wall with a brick ledge to place that stone back. And again, that was another concern that we needed to take into consideration. So if you go to the second, you can skip 2 slides ahead. There we go. This is a landscape plan. And what you're seeing are the big circles. And what we've done is we certainly engaged the alder. We engaged Kevin early on and just said, listen, these are some of our concerns. These are the issues that we're working through. So what we're suggesting is a solution that we feel meets not only the referendum project budget requirements, but the aesthetics for the UDC land use. And we do have, as Kevin mentioned, the support of the alder and the surrounding neighbors. And what we're going to propose is a pre-engineered concrete, it's an interlocking retaining wall. We have images at the end. But what we're proposing to do, those circles indicate, the two big circles are where we're going to remove the stone that's there, and we're going to reuse them in other places. So if you look in the lower left-hand corner of the site, that is at the corner of Regent and Highland, a little bit more to the left, Kevin. Yeah, right there. Okay, so we're proposing reusing that landscape block and forming a landscape bed and then planting grasses and other ornamentals in there, again, keeping it low enough from the view triangle. Then going over to the main entry on Ash Street, you'll see there's a couple of opportunities there. We have some landscape beds where we can place some of the existing stones reclaimed back in place for landscape features, and then also integrating them with our bioswale. The other thing we're doing is we're reusing some of that reclaimed stone at Southside Elementary as seating elements in the landscape, as well as La Follette High School. We have an opportunity there at the main entry to use that in some of the landscape beds where there will be stormwater management features there as well. If you go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, right before you go to the next one, can you go back? In the lower left corner, you see there's a picture with some stone in the landscape and a bunch of ornamental trees. So if we keep that in mind, if we go to the next slide, what we're proposing is a pre-engineered block wall that would be situated just as you see it. There should be an inset existing photo underneath that I think this one's covering up. If you go back one, oh, it's interesting. It kind of, yeah, let's go back one slide.
Sorry,
Well, that's fine.
It's not wanting to move, cooperate backwards and forwards.
Okay.
Bear with me
Well,
a second.
I'll just, in the essence of time, I'll just continue to explain the wall. So we have the pre-engineered, block wall. It is now sitting right on the property line. Then on top of that, we do have a chain link fence because we have to have a 15-foot WIAA runoff from the football field for safety and security. So there has to be a guardrail. Then along Highland Avenue, what's interesting is that we have the opportunity to place, and this is where we need your feedback because we have an opportunity to place some of those stones right along the sidewalk edge again, and then relocate some of those ornamental trees that you see along Highland. Now, the interesting thing is that is in the city setback. And, that's certainly something we'd like to talk to you a little bit about today. And then as you move up on this slide that we're at right now, this is closer to the intersection of Highland and Regent. As you see the field there, this is kind of like where the monument building is. So there's significant grade change. We are proposing to have a little niche, if you will, in that return in that block retaining wall so we can integrate some more landscaping and some green space along that sidewalk. And then if you go to the next slide, there should be, that is an example of what the wall would look like. So again, we feel that this is sort of trying to meet the requirements of many of the parties involved. So with that, I'll welcome your feedback. Oh, and then here are a couple of the letters that Kevin had mentioned we received. Right, this was from the Alder.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe, Kevin, you said there were registrants on this item?
No, the only registrants, I believe, were Jackie and Paul.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought there were some additional. Then I would turn it over to our commission members to make comment. Okay, I see Shane and Christian. Shane, you want to go?
Yeah, thanks. It's probably appropriate for me to start since I think I talked most about the wall last time in the meeting where we gave you approval. So Paul, I can certainly empathize with the kind of the situation you're in. I don't at all disagree that the wall is failing at points and not in great condition in certain areas.
Mhm.
I like your proposals for the reuse of the large limestone blocks. So not so much the stone in the wall that we see in these images, but the ones closer to the northwest corner, yeah, and the way you're using them on,
right.
On Ash Street and the bioretention, then at the Regent Highland intersection and other MMSD schools. I think
Correct.
that's wonderful. So I'm definitely supportive of that move. I think where I still have trouble is with the kind of the stacked stone, more of the masonry wall. The wall that is indeed failing at points along Highland Avenue. But I think the reason I was particular in my comments about this in the previous presentation was just because it is this kind of signature visual, this aesthetic that has ties to other areas around Madison. So I tried to do a little bit of digging on the kind of the history. I don't know if you know anything about the history of the walls.
No,
I did not have a lot of success. But it's definitely this visual signature that has ties to site walls around Madison, like in Hoyt Park, just west of here.
Oh, sure.
Along the Arboretum and Nakoma Avenue. Breeze Stevens is a very similar aesthetic, although a much larger scale. So I guess long story short, I have some deep reservations about approving the removal of this very iconic and signature, basically front door to Madison West. And that's not to say I think that the solutions you proposed are attractive and they are functional. But I think the loss of the natural stone wall is kind of a real loss to the community. And it just has this kind of Madison identity that just can't be recreated through an engineered concrete block. So I think that probably concludes my comments. I think just to sum up things, I'm in support of the large kind of the landscape stone reuse, but definitely not in support of the proposal for removing the masonry wall.
No, Shane, I share your sentiment. I mean, we don't enjoy being in this position as well. We did look at, and I really want to assure the UDC, the commission, that we looked at every option to save and reclaim and actually bolster that wall. But it also became an issue of safety and security for us because we are moving that field. We have safety concerns with, guardrails and just, it's retaining significant amounts of earth, and we just aren't able to, from a safety standpoint, able to reuse any of that stone. And that's why. Go ahead, Jackie.
Shane, I also want to share that there is some feedback from the contractor. I mean, they went out and looked at this wall as well. They have very serious concerns about if the limestone individual block components can actually withstand coming down and being reused in another way that could be manageable. Once you knock the grout off, they could disintegrate in some cases,
right,
because of how old it is and how it was originally constructed. So we can't. The concern is, we understand and appreciate the aesthetic that you have for this and the ties it has to the neighborhood. There's no guarantee the aesthetic will be in the exact same manner if it's reused.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Jackie.
And I understand. And Tom, if it's all right, I was just
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I understand it. It definitely comes with a price tag. So I also want to be sensitive to that as a public project, taxpayers funds certainly, and there's a budget, an approved budget for the project through referendum. But that all said, I don't accept that this is mission impossible. I've seen it, even within Madison, for example, some of this very similar walls along the Arboretum on Nakoma Avenue have been repaired in recent years. Thoreau School is another one that has kind of similar walls. So, and I believe they've had significant repair. So I don't accept the notion that this can't be done. I do acknowledge, however, that it comes with a price tag.
Yes, to your point, that's a very good point. It could be done, but it would be an enormous price tag. We would, in a sense, because we have to retain so much earth, we'd have to build a fully engineered concrete wall with a ledge and then place this back. And as Jackie alluded to, we run the risk of damaging many of the stones, placing them back on that brick ledge in this same pattern.
Have you?
Okay, I was going to go ahead. Finishing.
Sorry. Have you explored other options that don't disassemble and reassemble the wall, but rather create a backing to the wall, somewhat like what you might do in a tight urban project with a historic building?
Oh, right. That's a good question too. There we do run into a space issue. We have certain WIAA requirements that we need to maintain around the field. And doing that, we would, in a sense, you'd need to build a wall inside. We'd run into some space constraints. And then we're still left with the fact that the wall doesn't have any kind of supporting footing under it.
Right, it would continue to degrade.
Okay, Shane, can I give Christian a chance here?
Yeah, I'll stop now.
Okay, thank you, Christian, and then Lois, and then Russell. Christian, you have to unmute yourself. I didn't do it. Can you do that? I don't think I have control.
There we go. Got me now?
Yeah, good.
Okay. So I share Shane's pain at the demise of this wall, because a wall like this, I mean, there's just so much character to it. And while it appears that the district has done some homework, and it looks like they've, made some good effort at finding a high quality structured concrete. I've never seen one of those that didn't look exactly like what it is. This looks better than most, for sure. But I just wish somebody would make one that actually was somehow being able to, actually look like it was real stone. I mean, you can always see the repeating pattern, and
you're right.
It's just a shame. But I'm cognizant of the cost involved in trying to rehabilitate the existing one. So you put a number out there that said 3 times the cost to try to even do this if it could be done. But what was it looked at all of building a new wall with real stone? I mean, how does that fit in financially to a Ready Rock system here? I mean, would that be totally out of the question? I have no idea of what the cost versus.
Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead,
I was going to
Jackie.
say, so I'm going to be honest with you. The retaining wall, if it is a stone hand-built wall, the number for that is $925,000. That's the number we're looking at. If you're suggesting that we build a hand-built stone wall with a concrete backup structural component to it.
Okay. And what, in terms of comparison, what is this going to cost?
I believe the number is somewhere around, I don't have that one right in front of me. It's somewhere around 325.
So still like a 3-to-1.
Yes.
Well, I think, unfortunately, I'm afraid our hands are kind of tied on this, but I would just encourage you, if this seems to be the product you think is going to be the best, but I would go out of whatever lengths you can to find something that looks good and color wise and texture wise, matches what Shane mentioned. We've seen these, stone, all around the city, particularly just nearby here in White Park and stuff. And, it seems like you're committed to making a good effort for that. But, kudos for finding places to reuse what's coming out of there. But it really is unfortunate.
We will make an effort to, see if there are other options that come to a closer match that fit within our budget.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Christian. Lois?
Thank you. Yeah, I see the position you're in because, the schools have a lot to do with a little budget. And unless you are compelled by a historic preservation, reason to rebuild that wall, it's a stretch. But they always look so suburban, these retaining walls. It looks like, there could be a big box store up there or, anything else in suburbia. So I'm wondering, is there another option that would give you a little bit more kind of a nod to the wall, like a gabion wall that would be filled with limestone, something that would be a little bit more appropriate in a city and less suburban?
That's a good question, Lois. And we have priced gabion walls on other projects, and they've come in at an astronomical number. Yes, we were looking at it for a smaller project in northern Wisconsin.
Well, they've got to be cheaper than hand-laid stone.
It came in, it was like $3,000 a foot or more than, I don't quote my price, but it came in really high.
Well, I think it might be worth looking at I am not saying you have to do that, but I mean, something that would be a little bit more even, something that is what it is, right? Some other kind of block or something that's not going to look like it's the fakey, big box retaining wall. Because I do think they do have that aesthetic, and this is a really, kind of a historic part of town, and it feels close to downtown, and I think it warrants something that's a little bit more special.
Okay.
Thank you, Lois. Russell. And then back to Christian.
Shane, if you're willing to educate us further on this, I'm wondering how much of it is the slope. That I don't believe the slope we were ever really retaining with the last plan, the slope, the terracing of the wall. It was just the stone. Is that your understanding? Memory?
Sorry, I don't know your question. What is your question?
Well, our challenge here is to try to retain the stone material itself, the limestone, but not necessarily the way it's currently configured in a kind of a terraced, kind of sloping
Oh, at the corner, you're saying?
I'm thinking about over at Van Heist, and I'm thinking about that top right image.
Mm-hmm. Well, right now our wall is sitting exactly on the property line, which is further out from where you can see that fence in the background. Right. And that's certainly one question I have for the commission. You know, can we plant some plantings in the right of way? So that might be a reason why you don't see that sloping or that terracing at the corner, if you will.
And Russell, I was treating them as two separate materials, two separate areas. So I don't take issue with what Paul was just describing in this corner and the kind of the elimination of the terrace stone. Because I think they have a nice proposal for reuse of that stone on site and other schools, but it's like in the upper right image, it's more of the masonry wall that begins somewhere in that upper right and continues all along Highland Avenue, basically up into almost to the Monument Building or Regent Street intersection.
Oh, we'd still have a break in the middle that there occurs now. I think it's kind of hard to see in that rendering.
Thank you, Shane. Thanks for that.
Kevin, you have a comment? Oops. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to note, Paul just raised a question about the UDC's ability to approve items in the right of way, and that is actually outside of the jurisdiction of UDC. That would be a separate process, likely through the Board of Public Works. So I just wanted to clarify that that approval would be outside of UDC.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
If I may, go ahead, Jessica.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to butt in one more time on that stone. One thing that is a difference between what's new and what was there before is that I think on the Ready Rock, there's such a strong, straight, clean, horizontal line between the layers, and the older rock, you know, some were vertical, some were horizontal. It didn't have those strong horizontal lines.
Sure.
And I'm curious if I don't know how this is installed. Can it be installed in a way nobody's ever installed it before? Maybe a little backwards, but sort of looks a little more natural or less.
Well, this product, you see the little diagram there, they actually do interlock together.
Oh, got it.
So they do have a definitive way that they go together, and that's why you get that banding, that horizontal banding. Our wall is not as tall as that what you see in the image in the upper left, but we can certainly. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just if there's any product or any method of installation where that horizontal line isn't so clean and unnatural, I'm wondering about that, because it's just, I know everybody's doing their best. It's a sad thing to lose the texture and the character of that wall.
Okay.
So just wondering if there's another installation method that is a little more similar to what's there.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Am I missing anybody in terms of hands up? I can't see them all. If not, I just had if I may interject a comment. I really agree with the comments about the ledgestone type products and their suburban appearance. I'm wondering, is there a compromise in the sense of, I'm thinking particularly at the Van Heist corner, if you're taking away the big heavy terraced stones, to rebuild just that corner in the concrete wall with the true sandstone, reclaimed sandstone facing, and then doing a simpler product on the two walls that go down Van Heist and up the, whatever this other street is, going towards the Monument Building, to do something that does not appear to be fake stone, but is a simpler product, but retain the big and I think most visible corner in the reconstructed concrete wall faced with the reclaimed stone. Is there a possibility of doing something that combines a cleaner new product with a piece of the old, so to speak?
I mean, that's, there we're getting into mixing and matching construction systems. So sometimes in the end, that can end up costing us, run more of a premium. I think our recommendation would be to make it all one material. But the idea of stepping at the corner is an interesting one. And as Kevin pointed out, we could take a look at terracing those down, but we have to be mindful of our view triangle at the intersection. We might not be able to get too high because we have to maintain that secure intersection view corridor, that triangle at the corner.
Okay. Any other discussion from our members? Oh, Shane, go ahead.
Well, I was going to make a motion if there's no other discussion. I think the way that this proposal stands, I guess I'm not fully pleased with the proposal in its current state. And I guess I would urge my fellow commissioners that, while I enjoy the conversation about materiality and kind of pragmatic solutions to it and compromises, I do think that there's something more about the quality of the existing wall and the material that that would be really a shame to lose. I think it's highly likely that stone was quarried from the Hoyt quarry just west of us, or one of the other kind of older quarries on the west side of Madison. So I think that there's a design aspect of this project that is really critical and important, the way it interfaces with the neighborhood, with the street, with the pedestrian, and to lose it for another, even if it's another quality material, I think still is a loss in the urban design to the community. So
No,
my motion would be to deny the proposal.
If I may respond, I understand everything. I understand everything you're saying, Shane. We have a schedule to maintain, and I know that your decision cannot be based on that. We have to have certain spaces done for the kids getting into classrooms at a certain point in time. So if our proposal gets held up, then that backs us up that many more weeks and or months.
We do have a motion on the floor, Paula. I am going to have to interject. I think I'm supposed to allow us to proceed on the motion at this point without further interjection from the presenters. So let's take Shane's. That's a motion to deny. That's not the same as referral then, Shane. It's not like they can come back with a revised.
Okay. So yeah, I would make a motion to refer it.
Okay, because then good. All right. I think that to me is a little clearer. Is there a second to that motion? Then we can discuss. Oh, Kevin, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to note for the commission that the commission is an advisory body on this request. There's a public hearing scheduled at the Plan Commission. So essentially you'd be advising the Plan Commission on this one. So I would say
denial is more appropriate than referral then in that case?
Well, it would be an advisory recommendation. I think referring it would be unusual. You could send it again. I'll wait back and just kind of see where the motion goes and advise further. But I just wanted to note that the commission's role on this particular request.
Okay, thank you. That's good clarification. Shane, so which way would you like to go then?
Well, yeah, I think I better reverse again and then go with a motion for denial, just for clarity in the advisory role that we are in.
Yes, I didn't appreciate that. Thanks. So then is there a second to Shane's motion on denial? Russell, okay. Is that all right. Any discussion then on the motion? Okay, I see, Christian? I see Shane. Yeah, Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, point out that my sympathies are totally with Shane on this, but unfortunately, I just feel that the districts are in a bad spot here, and it pains me dearly to let this happen, but I just from a logistical and economic standpoint, it just sadly looks like their position is the way that it's probably going to go. So it makes me very sad to give even an advisory to go along with this, but I think the handwriting is on the stone wall,
so to speak. Okay. Kevin, did you have an additional comment? Your hand is. No. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't lower my hand from earlier.
Okay. That's nice. I thought. So I think maybe what we want to do is a kind of a roll call vote on this. So we have a motion to deny as a recommendation with a second. Those who would support the denial, maybe raise your hand. And actually, I'm not going to vote. All right. So we have Russell and Shane. And Jessica, 3. Okay. And then, so I'm assuming then the balance would not support that motion. Kevin, are you taking notes?
I'm taking notes, but we've got 3 in favor of the motion.
Right.
And so let's ask all opposed to the motion.
Okay. So thank you. So then all opposed to the motion raise their hand. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. So looks like I should vote. Huh?
Yeah, let's see. So we've got. I'm sorry. I'm just getting the hands. I'm sorry. The hands went down faster than I could get the no's recorded here. So let's see. Lois, Christian,
and Alboris. Yeah. This is a tough one for me. I'm very sympathetic to that material and its relationship to Madison. I used to live near Hoyt Park. But I also understand city, school budgets. Damn. Thanks, Shane. I think in this case, I actually am going to support it is a recommendation, so I'm going to support to deny. So put me down on that side, Kevin.
Okay, and just to note, and I believe we've got 8 members present. Cliff is recused, but I believe he still counts towards the vote. So with 8 members plus, you do need 5 votes for a motion to pass. So while we have a vote of 4 to 3, it does not pass for not having 5 votes. So
Okay, Cliff, you want to?
No, Cliff. I think Cliff is out. So that is the. I think
he can't vote. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Cliff is out, but he does count towards the 5, or it does put it into a point where we need 5 votes. So at this point, we have a failed motion with 4 votes in favor of denial and 3. So that can be,
Can that stand as a recommendation?
Yep, that can as it stands right now, the note would be that the Urban Design Commission. Basically, we would just note this vote, but it wasn't a denial.
It
wasn't a recommendation to denial. The commission could take an alternate motion, or I believe we can leave it as it is. Alderman Boris has a hand up.
Yeah, is that Alderman? Go ahead. Need to unmute. Thank you.
Yeah, I just to maintain the efficacy of this body, I want to just confirm. I think with Cliff being out, and this feels like a Robert's Rules question, I think that we take a majority of who's present. So we have a quorum present. Wouldn't it be a majority of the body that's here? Even though this goes against what my vote was, I want it to be fair for this process. I feel like 4 out of 7 wins, but I could be wrong. But that's unless if it's built in the ordinance that we have to have 5 for any vote here. I feel like a simple majority of the present quorum would win.
I believe, and my understanding is, and when this issue has come up previously, and again, I certainly verify with the city attorney's office, but I believe it would be 5 votes that would need to make the motion successful. It's a majority of those present, and I believe even though recused, it's still considered present from a Robert's Rules standpoint.
Okay, I can't answer that one. I would need the city attorney. Lois, do you have a comment?
Yeah, can I ask if so? I was going to make a motion that we, for approval of the concept, but asking the design team to consider a different material for the wall that would be equally, if not equitably cost, I should say, affordable for the school district, but would be a little less suburban looking and give it a little bit more of a city specialness. I know that you've already looked at a lot of different options, but I know these are pre-engineered and they're easy to do, but I think that this particular site warrants something that may challenge us a little bit to think outside the box and to give it a little bit more specialness, because it is a crying shame to see that wall demoed, in especially with something like this put in its place.
So basically that is a motion to.
It's a motion to keep them moving forward, but to, with whatever strong language we can use to ask them to use something that is a little bit more appropriate for a city school, that may, that can give it a specialness. And I don't know how to do that because we are advisory though. And so I just kind of want to put in language that would give the commission something to understand what's behind our advisory vote or
motion, whatever we've done so far.
Yeah.
Is there a second for Lois's concept of a motion? Alder Boris?
Can I ask this? This is kind of reversing the previous motion just a little bit, but now so.
Not a denial. It's not a denial. That's correct.
No, but it's just kind of reversing. And if 3 people vote and 3 people vote against, we're in the same spot. But now
we are.
We'd have 2 failed motions.
So what are we?
I just
saying?
wanted to give it more of a description, because if it's just failed, I don't know if that gives them enough information, because I think the concept of, how they were using the wall and everything is, I think everyone liked that. I think it's first of all, it is definitely demoing the wall, but if it doesn't have a historic, if they're not compelled to keep it, I just don't know how we can keep them to or have them use it, because, it's cost prohibitive and it's may not even be appropriate structurally.
I guess, Lois, I kind of just I will butt in, sorry. Since we're an advisory, maybe it's a kind of different thing, and I'm okay with the Urban Design Commission kind of like sending a message that this isn't acceptable to use Ready Rock, and that's where we're going with our urban design intention. And then, Paul, I hope for you the Planning Commission approves it so you can move ahead, but the Urban Design Commission, maybe sent out the feeling that this is really worth considering in future projects or something.
Right. Yeah, quick question before Russell. Kevin, what goes forward with is it just the vote, or will some of this commentary also be forwarded to the Planning Commission in order to understand our vote?
Well, at this point, the motion would be essentially it would be contained in the staff report and saying that at this point, we don't have a motion. We don't have a formal recommendation that passed. If we have a motion that does receive 5 votes, then that would be passed in, and there would be context, the motion, as specific as it would be the urban design, advise the plan commission, and then whatever the approved motion would be. So I will provide, the plan commission will get a staff report where I can add a bit of the context in terms of what that would be, but they'll also receive, I think it's important that we get the motion as clear as possible, and then I can provide, I guess, a bit of context in terms of the history of the motions and so forth, of how it got to the point it did.
If we don't do a second motion, I think it's important that we advance the context of what we've discussed. I think they need to understand that.
Right. And that was kind of my objective to the second motion, is to make sure they understood
concerns
our concerns in all of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Russell, did you want to add something? And
I sensed we were a little bit in discussion mode, Tom, but are you still looking for a second for, I'd like to just offer a comment, but if you're still looking for a second to Lois's,
I was asking that.
I'll sit back. I'll sit back.
Thank you for reminding me where we were in terms of process. So is there a second for Lois's motion then at this point? Seeing, Alder Aborth, that's a second? It is. Okay, so Lois's motion now is on the table. So now is there further discussion of Lois's motion? Russell and then Shane.
Well, I might as well lodge my comment now as in response to that motion. I didn't really take a second to explain why I felt compelled to second Shane's, and so I'll do that now. I think what we're balancing here is really what's the biggest benefit to the community? Is it the way this school interfaces with the neighborhood around it? And the great gift that this existing wall and the character of this wall and this boundary of the school provides to the surrounding neighbors. And I think we're balancing that with what I remember talking about last time is a pretty aggressive programming of that football field inside of that site. And I remember we talked about last time just commenting on how tight, none of us being football field design experts, we talked about how tight that football field sure seemed in that area. And I personally I remain optimistic that there is a way to program that football field in such a way that we're not, I think what we would have seen last time, if we would have seen this wall proposed to us, I think we would have questioned a little bit how that entire field site design was laid out. And I don't know that we would have approved it. And so, I think here before us now, we're revisiting something that we approved last time, which is really how aggressively that field is pushing up to the property boundary, so much so that it's affecting the wall that many of us, I think, love, whatever you want to say. So I offer that discussion point, and I would like to vote on the current motion.
Okay, well, let's hear from Shane first.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm not in support of this motion on the table because I think it offers more ambiguity. It doesn't offer clarity. I think it leaves it far too wide open. But basically, the one thing it does confirm is that we're okay with the existing wall coming down. And that's, I think, in its essence, the part I'm most disagreeable to. So I also think that there's a certain amount of creativity required, as is in all the projects we see and all the many of the projects we individually work on as professionals too, that there's these constraints that seem impossible at first, but I don't think we've seen enough analysis or data in the presentation and how the programming of the football field actually butts up to some of the stormwater comments from the city engineer. My suspicion is that the real constraint is more about the Van Heist frontage, where we have the terraced wall kind of pushing the angle of repose back up into the football field, rather than this like rather narrow existing masonry wall on the property line along Highland Avenue. So I think I'm just not, I'm not fully aware of what the constraints and the opportunities are, and therefore kind of sending that message that we're okay with removing it, I think is a little dangerous if we actually care about like kind of the issue at hand here. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Shane. So any other, we have a motion on the table that's seconded that basically talks about changing the materiality of the wall to something less suburban, if I'm encapsulating that correct. Any other discussion on that motion at this time?
Sure. Let me just because it was kind of stated here, I just want to make sure that the commission's got a clear understanding of at least how I understand the motion. And so Lois and I guess the body, correct me, this is kind of the notes I've taken. I want to make sure this is the motion. That the Urban Design Commission doesn't object to the demolition of the existing wall, but does not support the proposed new wall system, and recommend that a different, more context-sensitive and unique solution be used. That's kind of what I have as understanding that. Is there anything else that's kind of part of that motion? I want to make sure I'm not simplifying it or adding stuff that wasn't in there. So first, maybe look to the maker of the motion.
Lois, you want to comment?
Yeah, I know. I almost don't like the word approve of the demolition of the wall, because I think that is not, I mean, I think it just seems like it is it's inevitable that, I mean, it's really sad, but it doesn't sound like it's structurally, I mean, I guess you'd have to build it to be structurally sound, and that doesn't sound like it was feasible. It sounds, maybe is it just cost? I don't know, but that does make it infeasible. I mean, even though it's physically feasible, it doesn't make it feasible because they can't afford to do it. So yes, I think your wording is accurate. I just kind of cringe at the word approval.
And I think I had aren't objecting, or I had don't object. I don't know if there's a difference there. That's what I had.
Yeah, I know. It's semantics. I think it's just kind of, I do agree with Shane. I think it's a real loss for the neighborhood, but I just don't see that there's a way for it to stay. And so if it can't, then we should insist on a better material.
Okay, so with that understanding of the motion, any other discussion on the motion? Otherwise, we'll go through the same. So those in support of Lois's motion, raise your hand. Ooh. I'm seeing one.
I think I lost my second.
Okay, whoops. Okay,
That's
so
okay.
sorry. And those that would not support the motion, raise your hand now, just to clarify. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I guess 4. Okay, I guess I don't need to vote in that case, right?
Yeah, please leave the hands up. Just I want to make sure I get all the hands.
Kevin's counting.
Leave them up for a moment here.
So everyone but me.
Yeah, okay.
Just 1 second here. I apologize. I just want to get this accurate. And I'll read this back.
Russell, Shane, Christian, Alder, Jessica.
Okay. All right. So then for this one, I've got yes, I've got Lois, and then no, Jessica, Shane, Christian, Russell, and Alder Olberis.
Right.
Okay. Tom and the chair was not voting. So okay, well, we've taken 2 as the record, I think will reflect right now. We have 2 unsuccessful motions.
I failed as chair. Oh my God.
Let's ask Cliff.
So, but now Cliff doesn't vote on this one because he's recused. So, okay. So with that, I will gladly and heartily return the chair to Cliff.
Oh, I think
away.
Chair, I think Russell might have a comment or a
Oh, I'm
question
sorry.
on this item. Oh, and it's just
Right.
all Boris. I see two hands.
Okay, yeah, I guess so. Post motion comment. Go ahead, Russell.
Sorry, I forgot I can just unmute myself and speak. I'm waving at you. I've thought of, I'd like to ask this of Jackie, the applicant, if you're still with us through all this. This is a potentially third way that I think could be very low cost. But when I read through some of the summation of the back and forth with city engineering, I'm interpreting that city engineering said that it should be replaced, but not that it must be replaced. Is there any opportunity to just keep this wall in place and not do anything? Are we concerned about public safety here? I understand that perhaps it's not optimal from a stormwater retention, but do we have to touch this wall, Jackie?
Yes, we interpreted it as that is something that engineering is looking to happen. Kevin, I guess I would need to look to you. I mean, fundamentally, Russell, there's no foundation to this wall as it currently stands, and so the degradation of it will continue, and then eventually, engineering is saying it could affect the infrastructure. So,
yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure it has to happen at the second, Russell, but I guess
Right.
we're interpreting it needs to happen at some point here.
The email from Mike Starr used the word should, which, should is one of those fuzzy words that, it's not shall, it's not, so, and I'm just going to throw out another idea along this third path here that there could be, I'm not an expert on this, but I imagine there are ways to slow down the degradation of such a wall, to make some improvements to the drainage of the site. So, I am wondering if there is a path to, and perhaps it's not our decision to make, but I just, for the UDC to consider in terms of the voting and a recommendation perspective, I do wonder if there's a way for us to question whether this wall needs to be touched at all. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. And Alder Boris, I think you're still with us. We're doing a Halloween.
Yeah, no, I'm here. We're just taking our daughter to some after school programming right now. So it's like a family tradition for us to go, all go in the car and go. So I'm not driving. But anyways, I just wanted to share, just so Lois had clarity as to my support for the second, but then not voting in favor of the motion. So it's just my philosophy to allow dissent, healthy dissension to occur, right? Or healthy discussion to occur. And so I feel like by granting a second, it just allows for that discussion for this body to have it. And I felt like in my tenure here, most things are pretty non-controversial. I mean, obviously we get into the weeds on color palettes and, different design elements, but something like this that didn't feel like it had come up very often, and it just felt like it warranted further discussion. So I just wanted you, Lois, and the rest of the body to understand why I, supported the seconding of the motion, but then didn't actually support the motion. So thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Good clarification. And with that, I think we can hopefully proceed to business item 7. Cliff, we call you back.
Well done, Tom.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Tough one.
Okay.
Okay. So I was recused, but I just want to confirm with Kevin that as an advisory body, you have no motion that was approved. So there really is no advisory action.
I will I'll report the 2 unsuccessful motions as part of the
Okay.
record to the Plan Commission. I think that's what we have. I will verify some of the other questions with other colleagues, but I will note the 2 motions that were taken in the vote. And I think that it'll move on to Plan Commission. I believe would be the next step.
All right. Then we'll now move to 804 Felland Road. Here is a residential building complex that has not been before us for an informational presentation, so we're seeing it for the first time.
And there are 2 registrants and 2 speakers. We have the applicant, Lindsay Higgins, and the architect, Bob Seeger, both registered and available to speak. It will take me a moment. I'll pull up the plans in just a second, and I'll turn it over to them. So development team, it'll just take me a moment. I know you'd requested that I pull up the original set of plans, so it's just going to take me one more second to pull that up. So I'll have them up momentarily.
And although we have not seen this before, we have had your drawings. The commission has the application for a number of days now. So if you wouldn't mind keeping your presentation to 3 minutes, then we can get on to the questions and answers.
Okay. So just to clarify, we have been in front of the design team too before.
In May.
In May.
For
not in front of the actual, like been in front of you guys, but we've went through the UDC informational one before.
I don't recall that.
Okay, because yeah, and maybe Kevin can clarify that one, but we have been on this one before.
Well, I know there's a development assistance team, which is a staff group, and you've had several meetings with staff. I also don't believe that this body has seen this one, so maybe there's a presentation that this body. I don't believe that this body had seen this one. So, in the interest of time, I'm going to start with the presentation that file that you had sent over, and then I know you had said if we need to pull up the site plan image, I will also have that ready. So I'll have that momentarily. But in the interest of time, I will pull up the one with the building drawings, and then we'll get the site plan up there in just a moment. So
okay, that sounds good.
okay, and I think is everybody seeing the?
Let's start with that one.
Yeah, anytime you're ready, and if you please just go, one person and then the next person in order.
Okay, so I will basically explain the project. This is on 4 lots. We are looking for I don't know how you want to say approval or initial approval on these 4 lots. There are 3 large buildings, and then 2 lots have townhouse row style, like townhomes. And then there is a pool and a common area on lot 3 as well. They will all be basically managed by the same company. The lot 1 and 2, those buildings will be 3-story high. And we have modified to recommendations of parking. We stuck to 1.5 parking spots per unit. And then on lot 3 and 4, they do have this drive where you come in for their driveways, and each of them have 2-car garages, private garages. So those are all 3 bedrooms on lots 3 and 4. And the lots 1 and 2 are a mix of one bedrooms to 3 bedrooms on those lots. They do have different designs. We did, I don't know if Kevin, if you want to go show some of the designs of it.
Well, that's fine. Okay.
Okay. So these are kind of the layouts of what we were thinking for the apartments. And they would be different colors. So we would kind of mix it up so that it's not just the same overall look between all of them.
Okay, so I think I'll take over. I'm in charge of trying to unify the project and work with the zoning that the city recommended for lot 1 being the HM3, which was urban in design, higher density, and that is the same for lot 2, even though one of the reports did say that lot 2 was part of the HM2 zoning, which is the townhouse zoning. That needs to be corrected because the two zonings here, lot 1 and lot 2, are for the higher density HM3 with more or less the urban design look. Jumping back to lot 2 and 3, I'm sorry, 3 and 4, we get into the townhouses, and we'll go over those later. Basically, let's so you can see lot 1 obviously being the multifamily 3-story, and lot 2. These were massaged probably 5 or 6 times based on city comments for frontages, single entrances. Lot 2 with building 1 wrapping the corner, putting all of the quote unquote surface parking behind the buildings so that it had a better presentation to the street. So basically what we'd like to do here after our 5 years of massaging this, get approval on lot 3 so that Lindsay could start construction, with preliminary approval on lot 1, 2, and 4. She actually had hoped to dig a hole yet this year on the townhouse configuration with the swimming pool and common space, lot number 3. So moving back just quickly on the multifamily, I tried to put together kind of a kit of parts with consistent materials, but changing lightly the color palette so that it wasn't a massive collection of a single looking building out there. Our materials are all high quality. You can see that the white area that accents around the deck are the Nisha panels, and then our recesses that are in the building itself are all smart siding with a combination of the colors that we do show within this packet. I hope you've all seen that. The unit types are pretty much consistent. We do have a mini 1-bedroom that is a very affordable unit, and then a standard 1-bedroom, and then our larger unit is a 2-bedroom. All 2 bedrooms are shown in the green. And then if we go on to lot 2, which are larger buildings, can you flip over to lot 2, next slide? Yeah. Okay. So these are just side and rear elevations, again, using consistent materials all the way around, consistent design. This being a representative of the sides and backs to the lot 1 multi-story building. Every one of these buildings do have the underground parking, do have a very nice entrance presentation with canopies and whatnot. So let's jump quickly so we can move forward here, because this magnitude of project is probably 200 times our stone wall project. So we have a lot of information we're trying to get in here. So lot 2, building 1, again, it wraps the corner. And because of its size, we did at the corner jump up to a upper level second story for the corner units that allow us to change the roof line, so we get variation in what normally would become a very large boxcar looking type building if it was all 3-story. Again, very consistent materials, consistent design. All of our decks, you'll notice, are solid, and that's our accent color. We do solid decks so that no matter what the housekeeping or design quality of the tenants are for their furniture they put out, we keep a very clean look to our buildings. I know in the past, we've had open deck looks, and we've seen everything from washing machines out there and so on and so forth. So this keeps a very clean look. Again, same palette of materials. And at the corner, as we wrap it, we do jump up to having our upper units have internal stairs up to upper bedrooms with some roof terraces to, again, accent a better skyline to our building. And then obviously on lot 2, building 2, which is the next slide, it's pretty much, well, these are some of the interiors, how they lay out. All of our underground parking with our bike racks are consistent for lot 1 and 2. Next slide. Okay, so this would be second building on lot 2. Again, consistent materials, change up in basically our accents to again create some interest in the project, but still be consistent with all of our materials and our forms. And again, you'll see that at this entrance point, we did jump up to the 4th story upper level to our corner units to again give some accent to our roof line, so that we didn't have a big shoebox out there. Let's move on quickly to lot. Well, okay, yeah, we've included all of the elevations for all the lots, and they're all consistent for our multi unit buildings. So now in our townhouses, we had different terrains and different exposures. We basically have 9 varieties of units that we're again trying to create consistency, but variation, so that it doesn't become a big barracks type community out there. And every unit has a 2-car garage. Every unit is a 3-story. We have private entrances, obviously, and we've tried to. Can you go to the? Can we go back to the reference site plan so we can take a look at? There we go. Yeah. Okay. So we're back now over on lot 3, which is off of Walking Way. And again, that one we were fortunate to have streets around the entire perimeter. So we do have the townhouse situation where we have front entrances off the streets with rear parking garages. And then around the cluster of the pool, we do have units that kind of orientate inward to the pool. With this zoning, we were I think approved for about 50 units, and that's what we've created on the property. And you'll see that this is a combination of our A and our C. Our C units, basically, we've got a 3-unit type, a 4-unit type, a 5-unit type, a 7-unit type, and an 8-unit type. Again, trying to change the massing, but stay consistent within basically the forms, so that we create variety without being too bored. And you jump over to number 4 is same slide. Lot 4 is the one. There you go. Lot 4 is the furthest one left on our screen. We do not have a street on the far westerly side of the property. It's vacant farmland. So we've created a different type of a unit in our unit D, all based on the terrain. There is a pretty good slope from west to east on the entire property. So the D units all take advantage of that slope. The B unit is a very special unit because we have a big slope where we have entrances off the street, but still are able to drive underneath the building. And that's on the far northwest corner of the property, as you see it. Again, internal circulation, 2-car garages, sidewalk connections, consistent from lot 4 through lot 3 towards the common area. And if you go to the packet, there's very formal landscape plans that our landscape architect, Paul Skidmore, put together. Again, licensed architect, older gent like me, probably in his 70s. And he's put together a nice plan that softens all of our walkways and all of our buildings that they relate to each other. Our setbacks from our buildings are pretty gracious in the 15 and 12 foot areas, so that again, they're not really that dense when it comes to the numbers of units that we've created here. I don't know if I've taken over my 3 minutes, and if there's other questions, maybe we should just open it.
You've taken 10 minutes.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Well, I'll steal.
All right, so that's enough.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks.
We'll be done.
Okay, so
you're available to.
All right. There we go. So is there any, now, first of all, I have a question for Kevin with regard to the staff report. If I can pull it up here. Again, we're advisory on this one. As an advisory body, the staff report says that we shall review the exterior design and appearance of all principal buildings and the landscape plan. But what about the site plan and the orientation of buildings and so forth that are mentioned in the staff report?
Well, I think as far as that, I think as it relates to the two standards that are called out, again, that's an excerpt from the zoning code that you were just referencing in terms of the exterior appearance of buildings and landscape plans. So, I would say if advise the commission to kind of keep their comments to the exterior design, but I also think that the orientation kind of relates to the building design and so forth.
Okay.
I guess if there's a comment, or again, as an advisory body, if I will note if something feels like it's, or at least in my opinion, is kind of outside the bounds of what the zoning code is asking you to look at.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel that, some of those are elements of the building design as well.
Sure. So with that, if the commissioners do have the staff report handy, which was part of the Legistar file on this project, you can see there's a couple of sets of concerns with the multi-family buildings versus the townhouses. Also, it's news to me that we're looking for final approval on lot 3 and initial on the rest. But I think initially, though, we should have our comments and questions out there, and then we can determine whether or not the project warrants part initial and part final. But first of all, I'd like to just then, with all this additional information, just ask for questions or comments from the commission. Christian.
Okay, some of this, Kevin, is directed to you in your staff report. Your summary of design considerations, your entrance orientation, the first paragraph there on lots 1 and 2. Perhaps you could, articulate a little bit more regarding the orientation of the entrances to the first floor units. And you say, as proposed, the entrances are side-loaded, and staff feels that the building would have a stronger orientation to Blissful Avenue, consistent with blah, 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 if the entrances were turned 90 degrees. I'm totally confused because I'm looking at the site plan, and it looks like the entrances all face directly onto Blissful Avenue. What exactly are you referencing there?
Kevin, yeah, go ahead.
It's a matter of how those entrances on the ground level are turned. There are sidewalks, and from a site plan standpoint, the connections are there. But if you look at and I'll pull up the elevation drawings to illustrate. But it has to do with the building design. So let me pull the site plan back up, and then I can let the design team certainly speak to that as well. But let me So for example, if you look at, I believe this is the street elevation for lot 2, and you can see how the front entrances and the entrances are side loaded versus front loaded towards the street. That was what that comment was speaking to, that condition, which so
the steps.
So I'm sorry, forgive me, I've been not being an architect. I don't know what you mean by side loaded.
Yeah, so as you're looking at the elevation on the bottom image, you do not see the steps going into the unit. They are parallel to the side of the building. So
Okay.
when he says 90 degrees, they're talking about turning at 90 degrees so that the steps
it comes
straight off the street,
So-
or the sidewalk.
Okay.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Okay, understood. And I guess the other one, the lot 4, sighting and orientation. I understand your concerns, but I guess we're all kind of left hanging by not knowing what is going to happen with that property to the other side, to the far west side there for the units that are labeled D. If we're splitting this up into, approving this in segments, maybe that's something to be discussed later rather than sooner. But for the developers with those D units, would your inclination at this point be to have the garage entrances on them, facing the garages in the C building across the street from them? So you have garages to garages.
That is the way they are.
Right.
Okay.
And the D buildings built into the side of the hill are wider and have quite a gracious quote unquote front entrance off of that drive court. And it's very similar to a project that a very successful project, by the way, that we did in McFarland, that have all of the entrances off of a drive court with the decks and the living rooms out to the open space, much like the Ds. The D units have decks that overlook the open space to the west.
Gotcha.
The other units, every other unit, A, C, A, B, and C, have front entrances opposite the garage doors.
Okay, I see that. All right.
More of a conventional. The D unit is quite a different unit. And again, it's a unit that I did design in McFarland for a very tight property off of a drive court with all the entrances adjacent to the garage door. And then you basically came up a gracious stairs into the living areas.
All right, that's all I have for now. I'll let somebody else go. I have comments on other landscaping issues and stuff later. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Any other questions, particularly related to the building design or the building orientation on these various lots? Tom?
Thanks, Cliff. Just if we are, I believe we're permitted to comment on site plan generally kind of here. And I was just taken with the fact that he, on lots 3 and 4, describing all the townhomes as being 3-bedroom. I'm assuming then that you're anticipating a lot of families and a lot of children in that, unless this is going to be rented to adults sharing, each with their own bedroom. But my anticipation would be there would be a lot of kids. I don't really see the kind of green space, play space to support that kind of population. The pool and the commons really there isn't a place in here to throw a Frisbee that I can see. So I just react to the site layout of 3 and 4, given the kind of density and 3-bedroom configuration all of those townhomes represent. That's all.
And I'll let the development team, but there is a public park that is located, I believe it's off where my cursor is up at the corner. And so in very close proximity, there's a public park that'll be developed. But if Lindsay or Bob have follow up on that, I'll turn it back to them.
Large.
No, I just wanted to say that I dedicated a huge amount of land over across the street for
5 acres?
for that. It's close to 6.
6 acres, yeah, of parkland were dedicated as part of the property
Yeah. And
development.
yeah, and the density was agreed to go up on these lots because of the amount that I had to dedicate for the parks and the stormwater in this property. We ran into some issues with stormwater and had to go back. So this project has been in the works since 2017, 16, 17. So, and we've worked quite throughoutly with the city staff on this one. So just to give you guys an overview.
Okay.
Kevin, can you just confirm where that park is? Is it up in the upper right-hand corner? Is that correct?
Muted, Kevin.
Yes, I can pull up the plat map, but it's generally located here between Fallon Road and Walking Way. It's up here. I can pull up that map here from a context standpoint if it's helpful.
Okay, Jessica.
Yeah, I have 2 comments. I know we're not really approving lot 4, but the 2 units running north-south, unit C's, the front of one unit C is facing the garage of the other unit C, and that might be on lot 4 to the left. So that those front doors are facing the garage door, or kind of a back alley to the other ones. That's probably maybe worth looking at. And then as far as facade design goes, building A seems very different than the rest of the buildings in terms of style and mullions on the windows and so on. And I'm curious if that's on purpose, like they're gabled roofs on unit A, but all the other ones have flat roofs and so on.
All the townhouses have a pitched roof, whether it's a gable or a hip, in terms of raking up the variety of the roof style. But they're all shingled roofs, the same consistent charcoal gray weathered architectural cut shingle. So everything in the townhouse section is a pitched roof shingle. The multifamily are all flat roof. And
I guess I'm also looking at like like how the doors on unit A versus doors and windows and fenestration on the other units.
Right.
The other units have more of a coherent theme, if that's what you're going for. And A just appears to be pretty unique on its own. Has more detailing in the fenestration, and the doors have paneling instead of glass and so on.
Yes.
I'm just curious why A is so
different
than the rest.
Yeah, A is definitely different and meant to be a little bit of a change up. If if that offends anybody to the point of approval on the project, we can definitely get them all the same in terms of the window fenestration and whatnot.
I don't know that they all have to be the same. I just wanted to know more why one was so different.
We were basically trying to use the same palette of materials and create some uniqueness from building to building without having them totally different. And again, there's 9 different varieties of these townhouses, and
yes.
It started to get, it was an effort to try and get some uniqueness from building to building so that we didn't, have a problem with, which unit is mine and where do I go tonight?
Right. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, you're welcome. Lois.
Thank you. I appreciate the attempt to, add some variety and color to these buildings. One thing I would encourage you not to use. You have hardy board trim and then plastic siding or vinyl siding, and you end up with really fussy details, and I think it's also just not as high of a quality. I would encourage you to use just the hardy board everywhere. And where you transition colors, in some locations you have a freeze board or some datum, but other places it just kind of changes color and it doesn't appear that there's freeze board or anything. And so I'd like to see some consistency with where the colors are changing, and have a purpose to them, and have them align with other components of the building.
So just for clarification purposes, we are all hardy plant. Early on in the project, there was discussion, and there still could be. I apologize. With 53 sheets of drawings, I might have missed some notes that say vinyl. There is not intended to be vinyl siding on the project. It's hardy plank and different hardboard sidings, but it is not. There's not a vinyl siding intended to be used on the project.
Oh, good. Well, that makes me feel better. There was
I don't know which
strange combination.
Again,
This one.
Okay, what else, Lois?
Is showing vinyl siding more than one place. That might be a drawing to check.
Yeah, I've been panning around in it, and then I was trying to find a consistency.
The parts are smart siding options. On this slide, it's really nice that and there's no vinyl. It's smart siding color options, and then our accent options with different hardboard panels.
Okay, and then do we have a site plan that we can look at? I have been trying to find it. You were referring to a landscape plan.
Yeah, landscape plan. Yeah, there's a the landscape plan is LA1, LA2, LA3.
Is it in our packet?
Yes, there's 53 sheets in your packet, and it would be the I think the 12th one in. The 15th one in starts with LA1.
If you look at the main plans that are in Legistar, not the presentation file.
Okay, maybe that's my.
Yep, let me pull up the main the big file here, though I can get that in a moment.
Yeah, they're done by block, so there's a number of different sheets.
Yeah, there's LA1 would be landscape lot 1. LA2 is landscape lot 2.
Okay, I must be looking at a different one on Legistar.
And then there's a worksheet, and then the details. So there's 6 sheets of landscaping that are part of the 53 page packet.
Okay. So just on what we did see, or what I could see on that site layout, I didn't see a lot of green space around, and I know that there's a park there, but it's not always handy to walk over to a park, and kids will just go outside and play while dinner's being cooked, and so it'd be nice to have some place for them to go that's close. And that's all my comments.
Okay, Shane.
Thanks. On the topic of landscape, I just wanted to make a couple landscape items, comments. So I think first, First and foremost, as indicated in just the hand-drawn red dashed line on this image, these landscape beds would really benefit from just some simplicity instead of like wiggling all over the place. I think just kind of creating some bed lines that they're straight and then having them swell out where there's maybe a tree anchoring a corner or, you know, some sort of like landscape massing where it's logical to kind of swell out. But otherwise, I think it would be better if some of those kind of middle intermediate areas were just kind of like clean linear lines. And then regarding some of the species, there's a couple in there which I would recommend substituting. So the gold flame spirea is actually one we commented on in an earlier presentation tonight, which you could replace with like a Grollo sumac or a Tor birchleaf spirea. And then the the other one is the Stella d'Oro daylily, which is just overused far too much. And so I think there's thousands of other daylilies that you could replace, many of which are reblooming and just more aesthetically pleasing than that particular one. And then two other selections, which I think are a little more serious. So we would take more of a hardline stance on substituting the Callery pear, which although a nice tree, it is kind of on the fringe, on the edge of invasive classification. So I would avoid using the Callery pear. And then Acer genala or the Amur maple is definitely an invasive species with many of those little maple samaras, I forget the name of them, that twirl around and spread all over. So I would request that you replace those two with other smaller stachel ornamental trees.
Can I make a comment, please? Unfortunately, Paul Skidmore, our registered architect, landscape architect, is not here. Who did the? He doesn't do computer work. He's a classic hand drawer. I'm sure he would be more than happy to meet with this gentleman and revise and discuss his concept and this gentleman's concept and put together a landscape plan that everybody could be proud of. Our intent was to heavily landscape the project. If there are species that need to be discussed, like I said, I'm sure it would be great to have a one-on-one with Paul Skidmore, and we'd be happy to submit those as part of a condition for approval.
Yeah, but we're not free agents. We're a commission that works as a commission together at normal meeting times. So Shane has given some specific recommendations that Kevin has noted. If there is any objections to those, a new landscape plan can be prepared and submitted.
That would be perfectly fine with us.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not married specifically to any of these species. Again, it was Paul Skidmore's total concept, and we gave him some direction for some nice tree work. But other than that, he did make the selections, and we trusted his experience. And
right, and he's been before this body before, and I wouldn't be surprised if after hearing Shane's comments, he would understand what Shane's getting at. Anything else, Shane? Okay, Russell?
Ambitious project. Thank you for the presentation. I think my focus is on lot 3 for the most part, understanding that you're looking to do that sooner. One thing I'm just trying to figure out on my end, question for the architect. I'm trying to understand the roof forms of the C-type units. the side elevations versus the front and back elevations, I'm just not quite understanding. I'm wondering if there's some inconsistencies potentially, but ultimately, I think my question for you is there a purpose and a function of the varying roof heights across? Kevin, this would be page 21 of the presentation file. I'm just wondering what the function and purpose of the varying heights might be.
Let's go to C1, for example.
Yeah, C1 is the one I'm on as well.
Okay. All right. So this one happens to be one of the longer buildings. So in the center 2 units, or offset actually, we went to a 9-foot ceiling in the second floor just to get a bump in what would be otherwise a very long and straight roof line. So that's the reason that there's a jump in that roof. Again, if somebody wants it straight, we could go back to an 8-foot stud height at the second floor, but that one was specifically meant to jump up, to break up what would typically be a long roof line. As far as the side and the rear, this one has these very large dormers off of the back roof line. Again, yes, right there. These dormers are part of the master bedroom, which again really break up the roof line substantially, and allow us to keep the massing so that it's not all roof. And that's the intent of that rear elevation, with those large dormers off of the second level master bedroom to the rear, and again creating much more interest to a rear elevation than typically just a large roof.
Okay, does that explain it, Russell?
Yeah, thank you. I think my comment then is I appreciate trying to break up that longer building. I understanding there's a higher ceiling in the middle, and that creates some raised roof height. I think along with the comments about simplification of materials, I do wonder if there are opportunities to simplify here as well, and wondering if just your jostling of the footprints of the building might kind of create that interest potentially without the roof changes. But it stuck out to me. I appreciate you fielding the question. Thank you.
Okay. Kevin, can you go to the overall site plan? I'll just make a few comments, and while the commissioners are formulating motions in their heads. Yeah, right there. Some of the comments I think a number of the commissioners had made were talking about some usable space for kids to play. And I was just looking at this plan, and I was just wondering if, for example, on lot 4, if building C was moved a little bit closer to Wisdom Road. Now, I'm not asking the applicant to answer this right away, because I'm not aware of what the setback is. But if that was the case, and then also on lot 3, if building C was moved, C and the driveway behind it was moved closer to Wisdom Road, all of a sudden we're creating a little bit more space in that little pool courtyard. And on lot 4, if you can imagine lot C that faces Wisdom Road pushed whatever 10, 15 feet toward Wisdom Road, and then you kind of got this little courtyard. I know there's a driveway and everything in there, but there's also a bunch of additional green space in there. And I mean, I look where my parents grew up in urban areas, and they played in alleys and kind of tight spaces like that. But it doesn't seem like really Wisdom Road in front of those places is the place to play. It's kind of in these protected court areas. Similarly, on up by Eternity Drive, if there was a little bit more space between A and C, there might be, a little pocket there for, kids to run around, or a small group of kids. So I'm just wondering, I guess, first of all, a question to staff, Kevin, would the zoning prohibit those buildings from being closer to the street?
I believe as part of residential building complexes, and I'll verify this in a moment, but I believe there is some flexibility that the underlying setback can be waived as part of the conditional use that the Plan Commission, I should say, waived or modified. I'll verify that here as we move on to the next question, but I believe there is some flexibility with that.
I would like to answer the design requirements that I was given by planning staff.
Okay.
And that was that zoning 4, 3 and 4 was mandatory 25-foot setback off of all the streets. As a townhouse row house situation in more of an urban setting like this, I was very surprised at that. And it was a major challenge to try and keep that 25-foot front yard setback, which again, was a tough design thing that we stuck with. I love the gentleman's comment because it was exactly the first layout I did for this project.
Right, and in the staff report, in the second page at the very top, says in general, an urban rather than suburban design and architecture is recommended. And
I understand that.
I'm just saying, that I think could go a long way.
Well, it'd be wonderful.
Without any, it doesn't give you any less density. It doesn't have any more or less paved area. It's just kind of congregating and trying to group open space. No. Instead of little pieces, we got something a little bit more meaningful and useful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more in terms of doing something with that setback. But again, I did not have the liberty of doing that because it was mandated by Tim Parks and the rest of the group. And that's what we lived with.
Okay, well, we're advisory to the Plan Commission, so that could be one piece of advice from the chair. Another comment I had just regarding the building architecture. I kind of like the eclectic mix of everything you've got in there, but I think maybe it was Jessica who, I just think that the one building where you kind of have the prairie style motifs and everything, they're all interesting and they're all different, but this one, just seems out of place, that you could kind of rework that one building a little bit, not to be like any of the others, but none of your other buildings harken back to any kind of an older style. And so, I just think a little rework of that one building could give this place an eclectic kind of mixed feeling, but without something that's trying to be what it isn't.
I'd be happy to change it.
Still no motions. It's almost 8:00, guys. Tom.
Okay, I guess I need clarification before I move anything. Are we attempting to split this up so that we're moving the one lot 3 separate from the other 3 lots, or is it an all or nothing thing? Maybe Kevin can clarify what our permission is here.
In my opinion, and as I understand it, the way it was submitted, this is all submitted as one application. So procedurally, I'm not sure of how to divide the question. Now, as part of your advisory recommendation, the initial / final approach is controlled by UDC, and that's part of your policies and procedures. So you could craft a motion essentially saying you want to see certain elements back and not see certain elements back. But as far as the proposal right now, it's submitted as one file or sorry, it's submitted as one application. So, I think you've got some latitude if the commission wanted to do initial and final differently on each block, but that would be fairly unusual. At least I'm not aware of the commission splitting up one proposal in that way.
Yeah,
But
I mean, if we did initial, it would be initial, and we would say what we wanted to come back for final, or it could be final with conditions, like we do very often. I mean, this whole thing is kind of all at the same level.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I guess, I mean, understanding that if we take it as a whole, all 4 lots, then I guess I would move initial with consideration coming back to us about the landscape issues that Shane identified. I'm forgetting the building number, but the one that looks prairie style, unlike all the others, a simplification of that to sort of match the modernity of the other, and perhaps a color simplification on the siding of, and that might be the same building actually, simplifying where the colors split. And then I'm not sure how to address the site thing if it's a zoning issue, but that issue of creating green space in the 2 townhome lots, 3 and 4, relooking at how to approach that. Those are the 4 issues that I think hopefully summarize our commissioner comments. So an initial with those modifications.
Okay, is there a second on that motion? Jessica seconded the motion. Okay. Discussion on the motion. Okay, how about, Christian.
I would just like to clarify for Kevin the landscaping points that Shane brought up. So to summarize, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Shane, we'd like to replace the calorie pears with other small ornamental trees. The other one he mentioned was Acer ganala. There's also Acer tetericum on that list too. Those are basically the same plant, and they both have issues of being invasive. Some states are in the procedural steps to banning those. So those and the calorie pear, that is the issue with those, especially on a development like this that is close to the edge of the city, which is exactly the places where those have problems. So the calorie pear, the Acer ganala, the Acer tetericum, and then I would stick with our general dislike for Stella Duro daylilies to pick, any other ones, Happy Returns, or he did have one other color on there. I'll give him credit for that, but there's only 2 different colors, and the bulk of them are that Stella Duro. So he started down the right path. He should continue on that. And I could nitpick on some of the other landscaping choices, but I will give them credit for providing many more landscape points than were required. So I'll give them a pass on the other ones.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, could I just ask one quick question? I know there was essentially two bullet points in the staff memo, and I just wanted to see if there was any recommendation from the commission on either of those points as part of the motion.
To go look at the motion. The entrance orientation on the big buildings.
That's correct. Yep, that was the first one.
We talked about that, and then lot 4 sighting and orientation. I mean, I guess I know Christian asked a question with regard to the entrance orientation, and I didn't hear any objections by any of the other commissioners about the way they were laid out. And then with regard to lot 4, I think basically my comments are kind of opening up the open spaces on it, but kind of understand that, the way lot 4 faces doesn't address streets, that it's it's a little bit more difficult. But hopefully getting some more meaningful space in the middle of that block will help that. Does that answer your question? So I guess the answer is no.
No, that's what I've got. I just want to be clear. Yeah. It's the commission's motion. I just wanted to if there's any comment, because typically the plan commission will ask what was the commission's reaction to staff's comments. So I just want to be clear that there is a clear action from the commission on those points.
Yeah, I think really it's in the staff report, it's where in general and urban rather than suburban design and architecture is recommended is what we're responding to, even including the non-prairie or going away from the prairie look on the one building. And just so the applicant understands why it's an all initial, it's because I think some of these site plan changes are really something that we need to see. Versus saying approve it at a staff level, and the same thing with the reworking of a building. Okay, so any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, you have initial approval, and you can go off to the Plan Commission for their feedback and directions. Thank you very much. And then you're welcome. Thank you. We're off to number 8, which is an informational presentation. So we don't have to take action. We don't have to vote. We don't have to make motions. All we have to do is share our wisdom.
And we will be sharing our wisdom with the two following. We've got one speaker and one person in support, not wishing to speak. I believe both with the design team. Eric Combe is the speaker. And so, Eric, I will pull up your presentation files here in just a moment, and we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? Just to make sure that's working.
Yep, sure can. 3 minutes.
Yep, my timer is going right now, Cliff.
Okay.
The Don't start it. Slide when Kevin gets it up is just kind of informational location. South Park Street, just out of the zone that was discussed earlier, actually. Just north of that, one of those zones that was discussed earlier today. It's the South Park Street and the North Avenue. Kevin, next slide. You just jump to the next one. So this is the existing condition of the building. It's a used car lot. Primarily tire storage is what's inside. And then there's some front offices with a mezzanine above those offices. Paint's peeling off the walls, doors are in bad shape. And so the owner wants to basically empty it out, gut the inside, redo the outside, and put in a new use that is a permitted use on the inside, and then add a patio on the outside, which would be actually, if you look in the upper left corner where that car is parked, that's where the patio would end up being. So we can go to the next slide, Kevin. So running through the site plan here, starting in the bottom left, that hatched area is the fire lane coming from North Lane, I think is what it's called. That then lane there is an easement between the two buildings. The parking lot itself will get restriped and redone. It will be angled parking from the original 90-degree parking. So the lanes are a little bit narrower, but I do believe everything checks out. We cannot put the dumpsters behind the building. That was the initial proposal. But since that is actually the other person's property and an easement lane, the dumpsters are out by the edge and kind of retained in that little hillside there. The whole site slopes down to the north, just so you're aware of that. Then moving up to the building, we're going to put all of the mechanical equipment on the roof. And so there's screening around all of it. And then the patio roof there, as you can see out front, bicycle parking, planters out on the east on South Park Street were in the original site plan. We're adding them now. So we're taking some from what was the original site plan that kind of never got added and adding it now. I think that pretty much covers it. We can go then on to the landscape plan. I can't really speak too much to this, but all of the information is there. If you want to take a closer look, you're more than welcome to do so. We'll go to the next slide. So here are some black and white elevations. We'll get to the colored perspective next. The south side of the building is the one, the long one on top there, and just adding in some window eaves to kind of give the facade some depth and shadow rather than just a long flat facade. The middle three windows will actually be bumped out and spandrel glass windows. The two on either end will actually be windows into the building. The east elevation down in the left corner, that's going to be obviously the South Park Street elevation with the patio to the restaurant. And then the front door on the left is to the grocery store. The two windows above the patio would be those same spandrel glass kind of framed, bumped out windows. The other window would actually, over the door would actually be a window. West elevation, back of the building, pretty plain. We're just putting in some windows for the mezzanine that we're putting in back. Otherwise, it's just going to get some fresh paint, and that's the way it's pretty much going to look. So if you want to jump to the next slide, Kevin, that is kind of how the building stands now. We're going to use a bright colored brick on the bottom, veneered brick, not full brick, and then painting the walls in kind of the Mexican Spanish tones that the owner really kind of was looking at and liking. So that's where that stands. The next two slides are just floor plans. I don't know that I need to really speak to those. They're just kind of reference. So I think my 3 minutes is pretty much up. I will stop talking.
Thank you very much. I guess this is a good enough image to keep it on while we ask our commissioners for some comments or questions for the applicant. Tom?
Thanks, Cliff. Yeah, I applaud the reinvestment on South Park Street. Again, neighborhood. The comment on the brackets I'll leave to Cliff because he might comment. But the arches, I realize that's just painted on. I'm wondering if there's any inexpensive way you can give some depth or structure to those, basically the brown line, or I believe that's brown, that outlines each of those arches. Just to do it flat with paint seems sort of like, what's the point? So if you did something that was just made it look like it was, related to some architectural element that gave a little relief, I think it would be more successful. That's really my only comment.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, because you have that brick veneer going there, if there was some kind of a, I could even see it being a plaster because the building, this is concrete block, right?
Yeah, it is.
So you're gonna strip or paint. So we're gonna see CMU joint lines in this, right?
Yeah, there might be a little shadow from the grout and everything. Possibly.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that just like, you would not be, unless you parged it with something, inevitably you're going to see that this is, all CMU. And that's fine, but I think the arches, when you see the coursing of the CMU, I'm just wondering, and the polychromatic elevations are fine if that's what they want, but I'm just wondering if, like Tom said, without any kind of a band or a shadow line, if those arches are going to just appear, really flat versus maybe doing something a little bit more abstract with those colors.
Right.
Oh, one other question while I'm seeing it. Are those wall pack light fixtures shining on me?
They will be, kind of shining down. They got to light up the parking lot.
Okay, so you'll have some cutoff on those that they're not just going to be blasting out to the middle of the parking lot.
No.
Okay.
There's some lights. There's some existing lights out in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't have to shine like all the way across or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be nice if you could afford, 1, 2, 3 more of them to kind of wash, the wall in between those whatever you call those things, those eyebrow things.
Yeah,
I think the big comment.
I can talk to the lighting person and see.
Yeah. But
that was kind of my original plan as well, was to add some more, and we got VE, but we can go back to it.
Okay. Jessica?
Yeah, first I had a question and then just a comment on it. When you say spandrel window, do you mean that's like a piece of glazing attached to the surface of the existing CMU wall?
So spandrel glass is basically just like mirrored glass. It can either be a dull, you just can't see what's behind it. In this case, it would be a wall. The idea of bumping it out and making it kind of not necessarily a Juliet balcony, but for lack of a better term, Juliet window, is just to give that a little depth and a little bit of shadow and everything. So
there's not actually a wall opening behind it.
Right. Yeah. And that's also the affordability of not having to punch a hole in a 12-inch thick wall.
Yeah. I think that bringing in color like that is great, especially on Park Street, which is such a concrete world. But I would debate with you on the scale of those eyebrows and the height of them and the use of them, and also the use of the spandrel glass. And I just wonder if maybe, color is really intriguing, if maybe a full tilt mural might be also a good thing to consider, instead of brackets and the arches that kind of compete with the CMU. I think the color is wonderful and could be applied in so many different ways that might not try to fight so hard with the fact that that is a masonry building, because the brackets look pretty delicate and pretty intricate compared to what's going on with the rest of the building. And also the brick at the bottom, I really appreciate the color of it and having a base to that building. It looks so thin that it's kind of doing a little injustice to brick a little bit, especially next to the front door where it's capped off with what looks like maybe limestone or concrete, and then it curves down with nothing on top, and then it has another cap again. I would just think maybe that deserves another look. It just looks like the brick is very, very thin. And again, I would just wonder if maybe a big, really exciting, vibrant mural on there instead of trying to add brick and windows and eyebrows might be the way to go. A way to go.
Yeah. I was suggesting just an abstract something painted on the side of that building, and save yourself the money of the brackets, the phony spandrel, and the brick, and spend it on some lighting. Lois.
Yeah, I agree with the comments about the color. I think it's appropriate to add color. I think there are ways to have this kind of Southwestern Mexican like aesthetic without kind of the adobe arches that I don't think are going to be very successful. Just they're going to look flat, and you're going to see the joints obviously behind them or on the wall. So yeah, I agree. Either some other expression of maybe artwork, or even something that like overlays the building. I've been seeing more, reuse of buildings like this for brew pubs and things where, maybe there's a different material that expresses a pattern or something on the side of the wall. But the painting of the brick or the masonry, I don't think is successful as it's shown. In the same, I have also agree with the bracket comment.
Okay.
And if there's any option or, you could get more windows in, I think that wouldn't be a bad thing either for the inside. That's it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is there another view? We've looked at the big blank wall, but I know there's also the covered dining area as well. I think that's probably more successful because it has, it's functional. Do you have another view there of that, Kevin, or is that just the elevations?
We just have the black and white elevations in this set.
Oh, okay. But so there you can at least you can see the canopy there for the outdoor dining area.
There was an older set, and I'll let the architect speak to it. There were, in the original submittal, there were some additional color elevations, but these were revised, so these are more current, I believe.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Although in that earlier set, the patio itself didn't actually change too much. It was more the south station that was updated, but the patio is pretty much the same from the earlier version.
Yeah. What kind of roofing are you planning on that covered area?
It would be a metal roof.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, yes, it's not worth trying to do some kind of a Spanish tile or anything. It would be much more consistent with this type of a building to do metal. Any other questions or comments? He's here for informational, looking for a slam dunk when he returns. Tom.
Quick question, just a functional one. Is it the single entrance serve both the grocery store and the restaurant, or does the restaurant have a separate entrance that I'm not perceiving?
So it actually, it does serve both. There is another door. Actually, there's two doors to the patio, one from the kitchen and one from the dining area in the restaurant. And then there's a gate to the patio itself, but so I suppose the gate would be open during business hours, so that would be the other entrance into the restaurant area. Otherwise, it's the front door of the
front door is intended to be to both, then basically.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? No landscape comments? No pear trees or acre trees to
Stella.
Okay, Christian.
Yeah, you seem disappointed if somebody didn't weigh in here. So Yeah, this is nice to, border the parking lot with some shade trees and some shrubs. I particularly like the fact that you have some hydrangeas in there, which will, bloom for a long time. And I especially like the idea of the row of planters, and depending on what those are made of and how they're treated, they could really be a nice accent to the building. So I would take into consideration how they might work with the color and the architecture of the building, and commit to spending a relatively small amount of money each spring to plant those with some really big, fast growing, vibrant, like cannas, trailing, sweet potato vines, really exuberant, kind of colorful, bright stuff that'll play nice with the bright colors of the building. And I think that could be a really nice accent for the curb appeal of that. And I guess I just want to weigh in on the windows. It's sort of disappointing that those aren't real windows that are letting some light into, whatever, offices, the grocery store, whatever is inside there. But the upper part of that building, cries out for something. So I'm not averse to having those windows or the, canopies over them. I don't know if I'm in love with the current ones that are on there, but without those, you're talking a long blank wall. It's really going to look blank without it being, segmented by something on, along that long face there, the repeating arches, whether they're painted or if they, take the advice of, attaching something that protrudes out. I don't think it's going to cut it. So, I'm pro windows with maybe some extra thought as to what they are, how big they are, and what those canopies over them look like. But I would lean towards keeping something of that element as opposed to not.
I think that like what Lois was saying, something could still be applied to the building, whether it's a lattice work or something like that to give it some relief. But instead of spending money for real window frames and glass that is spandrel, that's just over the block wall, that you could do something a little bit more authentic and get to what you're talking about, Christian, is not just having all that blank concrete wall, but adding some texture to it. If they can't afford to actually cut holes in the wall and bring daylight into it, then you can kind of free yourself for a little bit more creative expression.
Yeah.
And maybe even take a cue from what you're doing at the eating, the materials and the kind of grading or gate or whatever it is at the outdoor eating area. But we're not going to prescribe exactly what, because we want them to use their own creation, and but not impose on them anything that's going to burden them with a lot of additional cost. Okay, if I don't see any more hands raised, then you've received our comments, and we certainly look forward to your official application.
All right, thank you very much.
You bet, thank you. So that was number 8, Secretary's report and business by members.
I don't have anything formal under the Secretary's report. I did want to note, Chair, that I believe there was a speaker that might not have been called earlier in tonight's agenda for the Mifflin Street project. We had 2 speakers, and we had the architect, and then we had Tim Camps registered to speak. And I was trying to reach out to Tim Camps to see if he still had comments for the commission, but unfortunately, I've not been able to reach him. So I'll follow up.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. Tim Camps. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. If he has an email address or whatever.
Yeah, but I've reached out via email and a phone call, but I've not connected with him since that time. So
okay, all right.
But I don't have anything formal for the secretary's report.
Okay. Under business by members, we had talked last time about elections, but a couple of things. First of all, I very often we have almost a full attendance, and since Rafiq's not here, I would like him to have the opportunity to be part of this. Number one, and number two, Russell is an alternate member, but will, now that Craig is leaving, may have the opportunity to transition to a full-blown member with all the benefits and privileges that the rest of us enjoy. And if that is the case, then certainly we would like to have him installed as a full member, so that there, then he would also be eligible for the chair or vice chair role. So we're gonna push this off to a future meeting, but not too far in the future. When I think Kevin is meeting with the mayor's office to find out, right, Kevin, how we take care of Russell's position.
Well, right, and it's going to be a council appointment as far as a position. So, and there's I have a meeting scheduled with the mayor's office with, and I don't know if who's on the list in terms of who's contacted the mayor's office to be considered for that position. But I'll be having that discussion with them next week, and then I'll be able to, during the next secretary's report, give an update in terms of timeline and so forth about moving forward and getting a permanent replacement.
So are you talking about a new member who would, in addition to Russell being moved into a full member role, or?
Well, the position it's going to be the Russell moving into the position. He's indicated he was interested to staff of being considered for that. But that's also, I don't know if there's other people. It doesn't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily need to.
I see. Okay.
It's an open position. In terms of. So I don't know who else is on the list.
Is that a citizen member or is it a licensed architect member?
I believe that's a licensed. I believe Craig's position was an architect member.
Okay. Because as an alternate member, Russell, you're just an alternate member? Then there's no other qualifications for that? Is that the way it goes?
I'm not aware of any special qualifications I'm bringing to my alternate member role. No. I believe I do. I seem to remember it was a citizen position.
I think we're covered with licensed architects. So Kevin will let us know.
Verify that.
Okay. Yep. So anyway, until we get that cleared up, Russell's here most times, and so if he's able to move into that role and we have an open alternate member, that would be just fine until we find that person to fill the role. So long story short, if I have to recuse myself, we're going to just elect a vice chair on the fly until further notice. All right. Any other business by members? Christian.
I just wondered if anybody else was having the same thought that I was of Julie serving on jury duty, and on TV you see the jury hand the verdict to the judge, and the judge would say, "Why are there stickers all over the verdict on here?"
Yeah, a hangman and stuff like that.
Just a random thought. And Tom did a fine job as vice chair.
Particularly under, kind of sticky conditions.
Yes.
You can you can go visit Dick Wagner and get some Robert's Rules tips, because he was I always say he was the premier parliamentarian that all of us aspire to be.
I now appreciate what you do for us, Cliff.
Oh, sure.
And what Dick did.
All right. So without any other hands raised, no further business by members at 8:36 by unanimous consent, we're adjourned. And thank you, everybody. Especially Ruth is not here anymore, but thank her as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Stefan. And again, especially Kevin. He's a busy guy.
Everybody.
I'll look forward to talking to you tomorrow, Kevin.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody.
Bye.